course, I'll lead and give you what I know, and people can. We have a lady by names of Grace Baloyi. She works in the South African Medical Research Council, and she will be talking to us about what they do and how they are interested in uh, catalyzing innovations and technology within Africa, and not just South Africa. I know we visited her before, and she was very keen on building networks and connections on how they can help innovators, medical technology innovators across the African continent to become, to basically improve and translate their solutions. So I think we can have even a more interesting discussion when she presents. Now, with regards to careers is a very interesting thing. I think many people don't usually end up doing what they plan to do or what they think they wanted to do. This career progression changes from when you're a child to even when you're graduating. You can meet someone who's finishing a PhD just today, and you ask them, so what's next? And of course, they'll say, well, I don't know. You know, what I used to love when I was in the UK was that people used uh, to say at the end of um, the first degree, they wanted to take what they call a gap year, go touring the world, finding themselves and so forth. And even after A levels, going to university, still some people did that, taking a gap year where you go and do so many fun things, maybe helping out less fortunate, and in a bid of trying to find yourself. It always puzzled me because I've been living with myself since I was little. So thinking that now I have to take a year to spend with myself and find myself. Now that I'm busy with so many things to do, I realized that actually it wasn't such a crazy idea to take time out and be with yourself, because when you are busy, every program is very important, but you get to a time where even if you are really, really interested, it's not really you who dictates what gets done when. So taking that time out is really important. I think also in Ugandan culture, we don't so much take leave. You usually take leave from one job so you can go and do another job. Maybe you got a good consultancy somewhere for 2 weeks. You put in your leave here and you do that one. So find that we really don't get time to find ourselves, to be with ourselves. And it is important because then we start planning and we start thinking about so many things beyond just the career. And many people will tell you, I've always wanted to be a doctor. And when you ask them what they are doing now, they will tell you, well, yeah. And some people have always wanted to be doctors. They trained to be doctors. They got the qualification, but then they realize, it's not for me. And then they move on to do other things. Uh, what I love about biomedical engineering is it's interdisciplinary. So you get to interact and work with so many people because you cannot design these technologies by yourself. But also at the same time, you get to have a feel of everything that other people are doing. So we always say, if you want to design something that's going to measure a physiological activity, you need to be able to know that physiology, because then surely there's no way you can design that. And as such, you find that medical or biomedical engineers work in the most strangest of things, or of places, actually. I've seen biomedical engineers employed in purely medical departments. I was visiting Canada, I think earlier on, I think it was September this year, and I found uh, the stroke clinic in one of the hospitals, the National Center for Stroke Injuries. had two biomedical engineers, PhD biomedical engineers, doing clinical, well, working with patients. And for me, I used to think the biomedical engineers actually who are working on stroke, they are on the research side, maybe developing devices. But these guys, we are going in with doctors and using their tools to assess, brain activity and so forth. And then they help in designing programs to help to improve the health of a stroke patient. But let's come back to Uganda. If I was a biomedical engineer, if I was interested in technologies, I think there's an overarching question of should I or must I be an engineer before I can develop a technology? I think the plain answer is no, just that you might have a bit of a mountain to climb, but of course, everything takes dedication. Once you know that you are interested in this, then you are going to invest a lot of energy and effort to try to learn and appreciate. And some of the people who have developed devices that are even being sold on the market, I was just talking to Kato there, M-Scan guys, I think many of them were doctors in training. And they developed this device, they made it, and now they're selling it across the country. So for me, I'm trying to build researchers and innovators in Uganda. And after I build you, where are you going to be working? One, you could set up your own institutes and start researching and building things that way. And many people have done that in Uganda across different platforms. But let's start with things that could actually be easy to access. I'm trying to recruit researchers, excellent researchers that can help to drive our vision of, being at the forefront of medical innovations, but more importantly, being at the forefront of medical translation. We want to see devices that will change people's lives. So if you feel that you really are good and then we can start with discussing with me. When I say me, I am at Makerere University, as you know, head of biomedical engineering program. And there's that question of, do I have the funds to employ you? Well, right now I do not, but I think we've been tested over and over again, and we have never disappointed. Where, for example, the KISCO project that I have running, the funder reached out to me and said, I want to fund you as the PI for this particular part of the project. That project now employs how many people? The Welcome Leap? 12. 12 people, well-paid, employed people. That's why some of those guys are smiling when I'm saying this, right? Yeah. And of course, it's a very fast-paced project, but with clear deliverables. The funder really monitors what we do every month, but he says, we want to see that laparoscope device on the market. And I'm going to give you all the financial resources you need to get that on the market. And another thing is, we want that to be made in Uganda. Made in Uganda, but be able to sell anywhere in the world, meaning that you need all the international credentials for the product. Because if you say made in Uganda, the first people who reject it will be the Ugandans. So made in Uganda, don't put that on me, right? So we are going for an international accreditation, ISO, as well as the CE mark. And this project has been now running, I think, since September last year, and the funder is coming. So that's one way. Yesterday in the evening, I think around 9, I was speaking to a doctor who I trained. I was invited to do some training on medical devices for doctors. And when I discussed, she got so inspired, and she now wants to develop an AI-based medical records tracking system to lessen the burden of course, the medical medical issues around patient records as we probably know them. Please don't steal this idea, because then I'll be blamed for selling the idea out to you. But we all know that, this is a big issue. We use paper-based records in our settings. We know that we've been trying to digitize records even before AI came into place, and we've still failed. You go to Mulago, I've been to Mulago Records department so many times, and there's a room bigger than this filled, and you wonder, how do people actually know where the records are? And we know that many times they actually fail to track your record, so that you start all over again. But as people in healthcare, we know that if you track my record from when I was young to now, you can tell a whole lot about me and what perhaps my health will turn out in the next few years because of so many things. And these records are good for, of course, tracking the history of the patient alone, but they are also good for surveillance and drawing, drawing some generalizable ideas. So I told her, we can develop that idea. Right now, there's a RIF, which is Makerere University Research and Innovation Fund, which is active. And the deadline is, do you know when? It's on Friday, 22nd. Yeah. So she told me, Dr. Robert, you must be my PI. We must put this in. So at 9, I was talking to her, telling her why I cannot be the PI, why we shouldn't put it in, because it was so broad an idea that we need to really fine tune it, and the time is very limited, and so forth. But that's one way of doing it. We could develop an idea together, and we look for a funder that can really get that idea off the ground. In my team, I have a dedicated grants team, meaning that every week on Thursday, today's Wednesday, right? Thursday at 8:30 in the morning, we are meeting and discussing, there's this particular project. There's a potential funder. If we haven't identified the potential funder, we look for them, and then we get a team together to help whoever is interested to write. Because clearly our government alone is not going to be able to fund all the research requirements. And this has worked really well. How has it worked really well? There's the Royal Society for Tropical Medicine, I think it's called, RSTMH, Medicine and Hygiene, is it? Yeah. These guys have a £5,000, is it even a grant? What is it? They call it Alicaria Research Grant, yeah. Why I'm a bit hesitant to call it a grant is because they give the money to you and to your account. so you are the one who decides what to do. And at the end, they require you to write a report of what you did, which clearly is not stringent enough. What that has done to my team, usually I work with a lot of volunteers. Having said that, I also have a number of funded projects. What that has done to my team is every year we apply, every year we win. You cannot win, you cannot apply if you've won grants before in your name, because it's supposed to be to get you off the ground. Every year we write, every year we win. For me, it's a must for my team members who qualify to apply, or it's a must for you to leave in case you have failed to apply. This year we've won 3, right? Just that 2 have told us they've won, the other one is still hesitating, right? But what that does to a master's student, or someone who has just graduated from bachelor's, is it gives you that boost that, oh, look, I can actually do this. It's this guy here has won it before. That lady there has won it before. You won it this time round, right? Not just before. It hasn't even come to your account, so don't go looking for her to ask her for some money. Who else? Which other people? The others are not here just yet, yeah? But it really gives you that boost. But beyond the boost, the 5,000 pounds in Uganda when you have an idea that you want to flash out can be quite a lot of money. Yeah, it can be quite a lot of money. There are some people who have the technical expertise, and you ask them to develop a simple system for you, and they will ask you for £1,000 or dollars even, and they will be happy. You'll be happy, but then you have something that you can start demonstrating to people about. But then once, what I was telling to Dr. Sharon yesterday, who wants to develop the AI, is people don't want to fund ideas that are in the head or on the paper. We want to fund, I'm not a funder. People want to fund ideas that have got off the ground a little bit. So many times we want to invest time and effort into getting the idea off the ground. If you are in a high income country and in a top university that really can find the resources, they'll give you some priming money to get your ideas off the ground to generate what we call preliminary data. When you are in Uganda, you might actually be forced to look for money from family and friends to do that so that you can't get ideas off the ground. Dennis over there is laughing because they did a project with a PPH belt, to a first aid PPH belt. And as students, they had to look for money themselves. So I know that they still probably owe their family and friends that money. But once they got that off the ground, now Grand Challenges Canada was willing to listen and say, oh yeah, that idea now, you've done some preliminary tests and yeah, it looks like it's a good idea. So the Grand Challenges Canada gave them some funds to even take it more. So what I'm trying to say is we may not be able to say, here, you've graduated, now go and fit into Ministry of Health and live happily ever after. What I'm trying to say is sometimes we might need to work a little bit by ourselves and start early to set up where we want to end. I have a fascinating story of how I am in Makerere, but that's for another day. But it's, again, I thought it was a unique story, but I've heard it from many people who are professors now, where getting in Makerere, you don't just get in. It's very rare for you to get in today and you come with a contract in your hand that you are working in Makerere. Many people come in as volunteers, as part-timers, and so forth. Yeah. And in Makerere, you usually have to be the one to prove yourself over and over and over again before they can say, oh, yes, we cannot afford to lose you. And Makerere University, I think, has that reputation that the people working for it, we are the ones who want to stay. And for them, they maybe not do so much to try to keep you around. Yeah. But now you build the system around you. Yeah. I started attracting research funding before I was an employee of Makerere, and I was getting the money through Makerere because Makerere realizes that they cannot afford to employ everyone full time. So if you go and get attached to a unit, you can start applying for grants, and the university is happy to support you in doing that, right? So once you have the RSTMH or some money from family and friends and you get your idea off the ground, and getting it off the ground literally means that you don't need to, show that, oh, it's working perfectly now. It's just, if you come with an idea in your head and tell me this is a good idea, he also comes with an idea in his head and so forth, which one am I going to believe? Well, some ideas look very good on paper until when you start doing them. Yeah. And some ideas may not look so good on paper, but once it's implemented, you think, oh, I didn't even see that. So getting it off the ground means that at least you've got some way of showing that, yes, it can work. Or it might be as simple as, I have this idea, I've asked 100 people and they really love it. That's also getting it off the ground because now it shows that, oh, people are interested in the idea. And the RSTMH and some other grants that are small like that. Makerere every now and again sends out a call from different programs. There was the tobacco Tobacco Research Center or something like that. They used to issue out also $5,000 to junior researchers who were interested in flashing out their ideas. And that also, again, did wonders. I always encourage my junior team, if you see this money that I don't qualify for, you are the one who qualifies for it if they are looking for these people. And so you can, you can apply, and then once we have that, then another thing is the ministry of, it's not a ministry, I keep calling it ministry, it's the Secretariat of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the Office of the President, headed by Minister Musenero. I think that's why we get confused, that is a ministry. Basically has funds that they can give to you to do research and development. And the research and development that they do is really, they are really interested in that translation, the translation. And a couple of weeks ago, I was meeting with them because I have 2 projects that are funded by them. But they highlighted one thing to us. Many researchers didn't know that this actually, that towards the Vision 2040, they've decided to allocate financial resources to innovators through science, technology, and innovation. And in this, they are interested not in funding you just, but in also partnering with you to make your idea a reality. And now they want to do this is they fund you, and if you don't read the fine print, somewhere in there they will say, we take about 15%, which can be looked at as a bad thing, but look, this is ministry, this is government saying they want to invest they want to invest in you, but then we are in this together. And this is something that many of us did not realize until we had that meeting. Now that they want to be in it together with us, means that you cannot afford to fail. When they see you are failing, they bring in other people to guide you, experts from all over the place to help you to move. But then before they can give you that funding, you need to show that you have an idea worth funding. They have, is it how many acres? In Kakuto, somewhere near Nakaseke, 50 acres that they've dedicated to setting up manufacturing plants for drugs, reagents, medical technologies, etc. The limiting factor right now is us, the innovators. We do not have innovations to give to them to help us to do that. So yeah, and I know that before this money was going through that secretariat, it was the president had funding they call Preside, and this Preside money was as big as we want it to be. The Preside is what funds the Kira Motors. Do you know about Kira Motors? Yes. So Kira Motors is basically to make those vehicles built in Uganda, and the money is not going to stop until the dream becomes a reality. There's a medtech company that the Ministry or the Science, Technology, and Innovation Secretariat has told us they've invested over 750 billion Ugandan shillings. I've forgotten the name, but so yeah, they pharmaceuticals. They've invested over 750 billion. And again, it takes you as an innovator to say, this is the dream I want. And we go and talk to the minister. She has a team. And the team vets and say, okay, we think this is a good idea. We think this is potentially commercial, potentially has commercial viability. They invest in you, they own a stake in it, so they really try so much to ensure that you succeed. This 750 billion, I think to most of us Ugandans, we don't even know what it means, right? Yeah, but the pharmaceutical company is really taking good shape. They are going to be making, drugs and I think RDTs that are going to be sent across the world. So if you want to go in there, well, the system has been set up for you. You can be employed there. There are lots of companies that are coming in from other countries and setting up manufacturing plants for med technologies. One that I know I've interacted recently with is called Baylor. I think it's Baylor Technologies. It's from Turkey, and they are interested in setting up. I think there are offices in Bugolobi. They have a plant there. They want to set up diagnostic kits for different conditions. So again, if you want to apply for jobs, it's there. If and then there is again UVRI, very interested now in trying to build medtech arm of one research, but also translation of medical technologies. So much so that they even have started collaborating with the University of Glasgow to offer PhDs in people to develop rapid diagnostic test kits. So we know that. So unlike when you are in the US or South Africa, you might have a list of these jobs written from the top to the bottom, saying that here we are looking for R&D person to look at the translation of this. Here we need to do a bit of knocking on someone's door and saying that this is what we want. But Cancer Institute as well is setting up MedTech Research, I think they call it MedTech Research Innovation and Translation Center. They even have already the building sketched out by an architect. And it's a huge building. I think it's like 4 different floors. They will want people to work there. And now, and also Minister of Health, I got this from the Assistant Commissioner, Tadeo. They are also setting up an innovation center, which is going to be a huge center, again, looking at how we can develop medical technologies. So I think the time is now to be interested in medical technology careers. I think 5 years down the road, the landscape is going to look very, very different. Right now, we need to be the ambassadors to be able to sell the message to the people wanting to set up these centers that, yes, we are interested, we can take it on and so forth. Yeah, I think I've overrun my time because we now have a guest from South Africa all the way, but I'm not the MC. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. I hear those words every day and I still get inspired. And glad that I'm part of that team. So the next person on stage is Grace Baloy. She has an MBA from the Gordon Institute of Business Science and a bachelor's honors graduate from the University of Witwatersrand. She has a 19-year experience in the South African National System of Innovation, working on project sourcing, funding, and management, and has worked on businesses that she will be able to tell us about. She has spent 11 years at the South African Technology Innovation Agency, where 6 of those she has been a project manager of the Technology Stations program. Her current role is Senior Program Manager at the South African Medical Research Council and is responsible for Global Health Innovation Accelerator and the Medical Device and Diagnostic Innovation Cluster and Technology Transfer Office. So she's going to talk to us today about career development and career talks. So let's put our hands together to invite Grace Baloy to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. How are you? I'm also good. Good to see everyone. I actually wasn't sure. I think looking at the faces in the room, it's not a lot of people that are in South Africa. We call it high school. That just finished high school, right? Does everyone have an undergraduate degree? Yes. So most colleagues are postgraduate students or people that are working. Okay. No, that's fine. I just thought I'd give you, thank you first of all for a warm welcome. It's a pleasure to be here in Uganda. It's my first time in the country, and I must say I am enjoying it a lot. Not the potholes, but yeah, everything else I'm enjoying. When we're coming from the airport, the guy that was transporting me, I was like, yo, I love your roads. They are better than ours. He's like, no, 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 no. Wait until you get to Kampala. I was like, no, there's no way. He's like, no, this is the expressway. It's good, but Kampala, different story. So I think now when I go home, I'll just say to the people, no, we don't have potholes, you know? The lady this morning that dropped me off, she said, we actually call them swimming pools. So I'm gonna say, nah, just call ours little scratches on the road, not, not potholes. But okay, cool. Thank you very much. I don't see it though. Oh, there we go. I just thought I'd give you an overview of the South African Medical Research Council and an overview of the program that I work under, which is called MEDIC. But I just thought maybe before that, I'd give you a sense of my journey to date. I haven't always worked in the, I guess, medical devices space, but I've always worked in what we call the South African National Innovation System. So I think maybe the difference, or maybe let me call it a difference, but our journey as South Africa, if you know, South Africa was initially a metals-based economy, like back in the day, because that's where they found a lot of gold. So most of our economy was from the minerals that were dug underground. And just before the dawn of democracy, which was in 1994, the government decided that they want to have a knowledge-based economy because the view was that as time progresses, those minerals will run out. What will then sustain the country? So the country developed a national biotechnology strategy back in 2000. So in the year 2000, that's when I was doing my first year at university, at the Wits University. And I don't think a lot of us knew a lot about biotechnology. We knew about, being a scientist, but it was not, I guess, at the level where the science is at currently in the country. Because in South Africa, I don't know how many people drink beer here. Beer drinkers? Oh my word. No beer drinkers. Oh, just one. Oh, two. Three. Okay, the hands are slow. It's okay. You can drink as long as you don't abuse the alcohol. So in South Africa, we were one of the leading countries, if I can call it that, in first generation biotechnology. So that is fermentation and that type of science, because we've got one of the largest breweries, the South African breweries. And if you come to South Africa, please have a Castle Lager for people that drink. There's actually a Castle Lager Zero for people that don't drink. So with that said, yeah, Castle Lager. So with that said, I think in my mind as a student, I think my dreams or the reason why I wanted to do science was I thought I could find a cure for cancer. Unbeknown to me as a young 17-year-old that no, it's not that fast, it's not that easy. But I decided to go into science because I did love, I guess, the challenges that science bring. And I studied an undergraduate focusing on human physiology as well as biochemistry. I had a friend that wanted to do medicine, that wanted us to do medicine. And I remember entertaining the idea because I think like most of us, our parents had dreams for us, and my dad's dream was for me to become a doctor. But with that said, one day when we were coming back from medical school, I overheard students talking about a cadaver. And and I asked them, what is a cadaver? And they told me, no, that's actually a dead person. I was like, what? What were you guys doing? They're like, no, you first peel off the first layer of skin. Apparently they were studying the nervous system, and then we were studying the nervous system in that person's face. And I thought, what? And I thought, no, I'm never doing that. So I went into biochemistry because of that fear. But what actually introduced me to the biotech space was what the government did with the National Biotech Strategy of 2000. They set up seven, even though two are not necessarily in biotech, 7 different entities aimed at taking the country or propelling the country towards a knowledge-based economy. And within that, they also had a program called Public Understanding of Biotechnology, where they realized that if the country starts doing intensive science and the people don't understand that, chances are you leave a lot of people behind. So there won't be a lot of buy-in. So that was my first introduction into the biotech space. And I was fortunate enough when I left varsity to actually get a job as an intern at one of those 7 entities that was set up to get the country going into the biotech space. I think they also had great foresight in that as they set up those entities, they also had incubators to actually incubate the technologies that they were hoping will eventually propel the country into a knowledge-based economy. So I worked at an organization called Plant Biotechnology. It does not exist currently. It was merged into the Technology Innovation Agency, which is where I worked before I joined the SMRC. So there were actually 7 entities that were set up, 1 focusing on plant biotechnology, 2 focusing on human health, 1 focusing on animal health, and the other 2 focusing on manufacturing and engineering. So that's what got the country into where it is now. But as luck would have it, what we found happening is that because there was a Life Lab focusing on human health, and there was Bioped also focusing on human health, we had a lot of people, some of them scientists, some of them entrepreneurs, that were double dipping. So they would come to this entity and say, we've got this project, please fund us for 25 million rand. If it was successful, they'd go to another entity and say, we've got this awesome project, please fund us for 25 million rand. And what would eventually happen is you might find that one person gets funded twice for the same technologies. I hope you guys are not going to be like that. You'll be honest and declare that, no, I've actually received money from here and here for these activities. I'm only seeing one person smile. The rest are like, are you thinking I'm going to take the money? Please, please, please don't do that. So to try and streamline the system and things like that, they decided to merge these entities into one organization, which is the Technology Innovation Agency, to overcome that, but also to streamline funding of technology and innovation in the country. So that's where I eventually got to work. But with that said, these agencies or these entities before TIA, they were set up to fund technologies. I think at that time, around 2004, we weren't as streamlined as we are now. And what we used to fund, same thing that TIA does, but not as streamlined. So I worked there. And then I also realized that the type of work that the government wanted to do actually involves deal structuring. And if you're a scientist, I've realized you don't often understand the finances. And then if you're a finance person, you don't always understand the science. And that's where the challenges were at that point, because we are struggling to find investors to fund those technologies. So I thought, okay, this is an interesting challenge. And lucky for me, I had an opportunity to work at a financial firm where they actually just, most of their time, they dealt with deal structuring. So it's not the science and the deals, but it's the actual finances, your NPVs, your IRRs, and things like that. I think being a scientist, my manager at that point used to say to me, I really like having you on the team because you think differently. And it's not something that I saw at that point. But you will realize when you, I guess, interact with a lot more people, that the way your training actually influences how you think. So that's how I ended up in finance. Being a scientist, I think most scientists are, I think, chilled and laid back people, unlike the people in finance. I will say the money was very good in finance. Like, I had a good life, but I could not handle the pressure because we were working with companies from China, and you'd find if there was a deal that we were working on, it would be like Saturday night, I'd have to be at the office, you know? Whereas a normal scientist, you've worked 8 to, let's say, 7, you set up your equipment in the lab, you've pressed play, you go home and hope for the best, and you go back tomorrow in the lab. So it was not like that, and the pressure was too much. So I decided to go back to the science with the increased financial knowledge or experience that I got from working there in finance. And that's how I eventually found myself at the Technology Innovation Agency, which does, I guess, deal structuring in a more streamlined manner. Back in the day, if you had a deal, you were essentially the only person working on that deal. So you'd have to do a lot of work to understand the legal side. You'd have to do a lot of work to understand, you know, the financing structure and things like that. Whereas now, how the organization works is they put together a deal team. So you've got somebody that's looking at the numbers, somebody that's looking at the law, somebody that's looking at the tech part, and there's somebody that's looking at the commercial part of that deal. So that's how things have changed between 2004 and now. And after that, that's when I joined the South African Medical Research Council, and I am currently a senior program manager there, looking after 3 portfolios, the technology transfer office, the medic program, which I'll tell you a little bit about now, and the Global Health Innovation Accelerator, even though I think currently it's not necessarily an accelerator as the way we would want it to be. It's still just, I guess, a program with historical projects that were funded by the SMRC before I joined the entity. So that's just my journey to date. That should have said and where I am. But essentially, I just wanted to maybe highlight the fact that sometimes you might study something, but you find yourself somewhere else. And depending on what life throws at you, or the opportunities that are presented to you, if you have an undergraduate or even a postgraduate qualification, the most important thing is how you use that skill. So in South Africa, we have a very high unemployment rate. I think it's sitting at about maybe 40% or something like that. But it's not people that have studied. If you break down the data, it's actually people that did not finish high school, that don't have jobs or don't have a post-high school type of qualification. So I'd always encourage people, even back home, that do study, do pursue a postgraduate degree. If you don't have or find yourself in a job, you've got the knowledge to help you set something up. And I think when I look at Africa, there are so many opportunities. If you don't find a job, it's not the end of the world. Find funding organizations, find incubators, find something to help support your idea that you have. I think that's what I wanted to outline. Just in terms of where I work now, I work at the South African Medical Research Council. It's a very old organization, set up back in 1969. And the whole point or aim of the organization is to make sure that the population of South Africa is healthy. And they focus on the, I guess, quadruple disease burden of South Africa, being issues that affect maternal, newborn, and child health, HIV, AIDS, TB, non-communicable diseases, and interpersonal violence. And essentially, the work that we do involves a lot of research, and we try to use that research or the data from that, the evidence to inform policy and or make such contributions to improve the quality of life of all South Africans. And the vision of the organization is to ensure that we've got a healthy population through research, innovation, and transformation. The reason they have a transformation there as part of the vision. There's actually now a transformation system, no, transformation statement, is that in South Africa, before 1994, there was what we called apartheid, which sort of suppressed Black people, and now the country actually has a lot of inequality. So now the SMRC has that transformation statement to say that in everything that they do, they will try and make sure that the work that they do is equitable and they provide better opportunities for Black people. But the mission is sort of similar to the vision, but we want to make sure that the nation is healthy, we improve the quality of life and address inequity. That's what that transformation section relates to. And we provide funding for various technologies in the 4 areas that I mentioned. Okay, the numbers are a lot. I just need to look at them. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't remember all those numbers. But we've got about 680 people that work at the organization. We have what you call baseline. So baseline essentially means that that's money that's coming from National Treasury. We receive about 1 billion rand. I think last year it was 1.3 every year. So people that are funded, or 50% of those people at the organization are funded from that. And the rest of those people are funded from government grants. We've got about 60 innovation projects that we fund, and I'm part of that unit that looks at that. And then we also have career awards. So if you are in South Africa and you're a young researcher, you can actually qualify to apply for those career awards, and then you get funding to help you with the research that you're interested in. We've got about 280 active grants that we manage per annum. And then over and above that, we have about an average, I'll say, of about 1,100 publications that our scientists actually publish and do acknowledge the organization. So we do want, if you receive money from the organization, to actually state, or we have a statement that we give to you as a researcher, that you've received money from SMRC, if it's in conjunction with another organization, SMRC and whoever else. And then this is just how we drive health innovation. We first identify the needs. We then fund the project or the technology. And then if it's a technology, there's obviously the product development stage, product testing, and then market preparation. And then we take it to market. Taking it to market does not necessarily mean that the SMRC actually commercializes the technology, but we can actually license it out to somebody else. And then just in terms of how the research is done, we've got intramural units. So that is the research that takes place, I'll call it, within the SMRC building. And then we also have extramural research, which is where the SMRC partners with different universities. So for example, there will be a, say, a unit that focuses on HIV and TB, and it won't necessarily be at SMRC. It might be at the University of Cape Town, where they've set up like a center of excellence. So that's how we work, or that's what we mean by extramural units. And then we also have SRIs. And SRIs is actually a separate grant on its own, where you also provide funding to about, I don't think there's a number there, but to about 200 researchers as well. That money is not really a lot, but it's to try and help. For example, if you just left university and you've got a PhD and you haven't established yourself, they'll give you about 60,000 rands or something like that just to get going. And then the next year it might be 120,000 rands. So you're hoping that that at least gives you traction as a researcher to then show other people that you can do the work and apply for bigger grants as time goes on. RCD, it's the research capacity development. They've got several scholarships, PhDs. And I did send an email to Brian, maybe Kato as well, I'm not sure, about a scholarship that we are running under RCD, which is the CSSF scholarship. So there's a gentleman who is actually South African, but he's a South African Chinese, and he's made a lot of money in the US, and he's a scientist by profession. So he has decided he wants to give back And he identified the SMRC as an organization that he wants to work with due to the work that we did, especially during COVID. So he felt, oh, okay, these guys are actually good. Let me give back. So he's given us about, well, it's a lot of money to help scientists get the technical know-how before they embark on their professional journeys. Because they've realized that in most institutions, there's a gap. But so sometimes well, in most times, you find that students do their undergraduate, sometimes even postgraduate degrees. But for example, when you get a job tomorrow at Pfizer and you walk into their lab, you get a shock. You're like, I don't know how to do this. So that's the kind of thing he wants to bridge. So it's it was initially a 1-year course when they started, and it's now a 2-year course. I think initially in year 1, it was mostly for South Africans, but now they've extended to, if they have extended it or opened it up to other Africans as well. If you're an African, you can apply for the scholarship. The only thing is that you need to be based in South Africa to do this work. I was in Kenya, I think in August, and when we were chatting with those colleagues, some of the things that popped up, which I have raised to the teams that look at that, is sometimes, especially people that are doing their masters and postgraduate students, sometimes people have families, you know, and it's very difficult to now uproot that person, say from Kenya or from Tanzania, and you take them to South Africa for 2 years because it destabilizes the family environment. So one of the recommendations was that how about they look at the labs or the level of labs in Kenya and maybe consider working with, instead of having people leave their countries, maybe have the scholarships running in those countries. So I'm not sure if that will be implemented or not, but that's something that has been put forward to the team that's looking at that. And then the Global Health Innovation Accelerator, that's GEA that I mentioned, which was established back in 2014 between the, so it was a partnership between PATH and the SMRC. And it's actually, essentially, it focused on product development. But what they realized is that as much as you're developing products, you need to have an ecosystem that supports those products. And most of these products were actually medical devices and diagnostics that are suited for LMICs. So that's when the idea, in partnership with the Technology Innovation Agency, another funding agency, came up to have a program that actually develops or supports the entire ecosystem. And that is one of the programs that I'm responsible for. And it's essentially a cluster that tries to stimulate and ensure that we've got a good nurturing system for medical devices and diagnostics, and to ensure that people are not working in silos. So that's essentially what I do on a daily basis now, to try and improve the localization of medical devices, to make sure that they're available, in the hope that it will improve the broader health outcomes for both South Africa and Africa as a whole. So the vision is to, I guess, it's essentially to make sure that we've got a system that works for medical devices, not just in South Africa, but in all of Africa. So we want to localize, you know, where we can, as best as we can, medical devices. And one of the reasons why it was set up is during COVID, Africa was one of the last countries to receive vaccines. But over and above that, when the ports were closed, we didn't get a lot of medical devices and diagnostics in the country, which also led to other challenges. So the government took a step to say, we don't ever want to find ourselves in that situation. So as best as possible, let's try and make sure that most of the medical devices are made locally. I think yesterday I heard that Uganda imports 98%. This actually represents a missed opportunity for local manufacturing. And we actually have an opportunity to make sure that we localize our medical devices. Oh, my battery's running low. It's Adele. So if anyone has a, thank you very much. Yeah, yes, thank you. To increase the local consumption of medical devices. Thank you very much, sir. So that's the reason why MEDIC was established. So how MEDIC works, this will be on the next slide. It is actually a, thank you. I think it's fine. Okay, the pointer's not working anymore, but it's fine. Sure. Okay, no, there we go. It's working again. Thank you. So how the program works is we use a hub and spoke model where we've got 3 core objectives where we try and get everyone involved. So people from the public sector and the private sector. And these are all the partners that we work with. I'll go through each one of those 3 steps or core objectives in the next slide. So as part of creating an integrated and cohesive ecosystem, we provide funding to projects. We've done a landscape analysis that told us what are the challenges that need to be addressed. And then we've developed an online portal on the Innovation Bridge site, which is actually a site funded by the government for all innovators in the country. And then we also have medical device stakeholder fora where we discuss issues or concerns that the industry has. And then just in terms of the second objective, to increase the localization and rapid product development, we have set up programs to support or given money to different government entities to make sure that they give support to entrepreneurs and innovators. So we've given money to our regulatory authority to help them streamline their processes for an online development portal for people that want to register their medical devices and diagnostics. This is one area where I think Uganda is ahead of us, because yesterday when we were at NDA, they actually said they have an online system already. So I think it's good to see that you guys actually doing well and better than us. And then this is just a picture of the MEDIC website and some of the things that we have done, the national landscape analysis, and the forums that we try and set up. And then just in terms of product development and manufacturing pipeline, the last time we had a call was in 2022. And on average, back in 2021, when the program started, we used to give entrepreneurs 800,000 rands. That's about 80 divided by 2, about 40,000, I think, is it US dollars? Yeah, I think it is. 40,000 times 10, 400, 800. Yeah, so we give entrepreneurs about 40,000 US dollars on a per project to fund their technologies. But now that that money has been improved and we give entrepreneurs 1 million South African rands. So divide by 10 times, divide by 2, so that's about 50,000 US dollars now to develop your technology. And then another thing we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we've got the relevant skills. Like, for example, we don't have people that can do quality audits and things like that. So we're talking to different universities to see if they can help us develop those courses for this specific sector. And then this is probably one of the last slides, just some highlights from the projects that we have funded. One of those projects is it's called NeuroBur, which is a metal burr that is used in orthopedic surgery. Those guys, we funded them for one product, which was just the stainless steel burr, and they've managed to add a second product, a diamond coated burr. So sometimes when you given money for one thing, where possible, extend it to maybe a second or third product, because it is quite risky to have a business that's just reliant on one product. So try and do that where possible. And then 2 of the technologies that we have funded are now being taken up by 2 different provincial governments. I'm not sure how Uganda set up, but for example, if Entebbe was a region, one of the, like the province of Entebbe is buying a local device for 5 years, and then the province of Kampala is buying a different product for another 5 years. So all these products, or the two products, are the ones that we funded or gave money to fund. These are just some of the highlights from the specific medical device program, but we've also funded technologies for diagnostics that are actually now in the market. And then there's one patent, and then we also encourage entrepreneurs. For example, if we give you the 40,000 rands, use that to leverage additional funding. One of the entities, he actually developed a silicone liner for people that use prosthetic limbs, because there's a challenge with the one with the cloth one. He managed to get additional funding, a couple of million rand. And another guy, he does diagnostics and is actually quite successful. He managed to raise about 13.5 million rands, leveraging on that million rand that we had given him. And then, yeah, I am here today to see if we can develop any country and context specific interventions. And I think that's the last slide. So thank you very much for your attention, colleagues.
Thank you, Grace. Questions or comments or appreciation?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really amazed by the good work you're doing back in South Africa. How I hope that now that you've come to develop country-based designs, we shall be able to at least adapt some of the work you're doing and implement it here back in Uganda. My question is about the relying on grants. I've seen that you anticipate every year to have, I think with the SAMRC, about 288. How are you able to sustain the running of the organization relying on grants? Because we know that it fluctuates most of the time.
So we get 50% from National Treasury. So that is already guaranteed. So we get about 1.3 billion rand, and then the rest of it is actually on contracts. It is actually a challenge, especially for projects that where the funding is over a short space of time. It's actually one of the things that affects the staff retention. Because, for example, if a project is only 3 years and you are employed on a project, it's difficult to, I think we're all human, we've got aspirations, you know, you probably want to buy a house, you want to buy a car. And in South Africa, it's difficult if you don't have a permanent job. I mean, you can get a car, you can get a house, but if you're not sure where your next income comes from, we find that people that are on grant-funded projects don't stay for long. So after 2 years, the person is actually now starting to, to try and find something else. It's easier for people that are baseline funded, because you know that except if something drastic happens, the government will always provide with that 1.3, 1.2 billion rand. So it's difficult, it's challenging. And there are projects that say may run for 10, 15 years, but after that, some actually do come to a closed. Whether the objectives of that research has been met, that normally is the case, then they if it's no longer a priority, the funder might decide, no, we've done our work in South Africa, we want to move to another country. So it is a challenge. I really don't even have a solution for that, but as best as possible, we are trying to increase the number of baseline funded jobs, but that is very difficult because that means you're taking up a lot more than what you have, because there's no guarantee that the government will give you, say, another 1.3 billion next year. You must always prove that you have actually proven, or you've actually done what you said you were going to do. At the moment, I think maybe in the last 3 years, what they do is, if your annual budget as a government entity, excuse me, is, excuse me, is, let me say 1 billion, just to make it easier. And you only use about 600 million rand. Next year, if you want 1 billion rand, the government won't give you that. They'll say, you didn't use 400 million, so we'll only give you 600 million that you used last year until you prove to us. So it's actually a challenge. And for people employed on the grants, it's difficult to actually also retain them.
Yes, thank you very much, Grace. It's really great to have you in Uganda. We've been planning this since last year when you met with our colleague Julius, I think in Kenya, and then of course we visited you. When I listened to this talk, when we visited you, I was fascinated, and indeed we wanted to draw analogies on how we can be helped in Uganda. When you say SAMRC was started in 1969, it in a way it frightens us that do we have that long to get to where you are, because we haven't really built any devices locally and seen them to go to use, yet your ecosystem has enabled that. And in a way, I want to know, where do we start from in terms of working to be supported by SAMRC? I know that's probably a big question, but it would be nice to know, maybe to introduce the team. We have mainly master's students doing different courses in medical related, but we are a team of biomedical engineers who are organizing this training, and we are interested in, getting people interested in building devices, medtech locally. And I would want to hear your thoughts. So where can we start from when we are working together with you and you supporting us to get to a higher level? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. It's a pleasure to be here. So I mentioned to Brian and colleagues yesterday that we have about 100,000 South African rands that we can use to work together. And I think yesterday Brian suggested that because actually I think in one of the sessions we didn't finish the Q&A. There was just so much engagements that we didn't go through everything else that the colleagues had raised. He actually recommended maybe we can use that funding for exchange programs where we share knowledge between, for example, NDA and SAPRA, CSIR, STI. So that's one of the things that we that I will propose. I did say that the challenge was that contract actually came to an end in October to access that money. But before I left, I asked the director of the unit if we can still use that money, and she said she will make a request. So if that request is approved, we can probably use it for such engagements. But my initial thoughts was to maybe have a competition or something like that and give it to an entrepreneur. But I guess the director will probably make the final decision. But these are some of the recommendations that I will give to her, and then I think that can be the starting point.
Thank you, Grace. Earlier in Dr. Roberts' presentation, he talked about one of the anticipated challenges that we can think of as Ugandans trying to develop devices is that the Ugandans themselves will sort of not be very interested in things made in Uganda. So how have you guys build confidence in South Africans in the devices you've made, and how have you built confidence, and is there space for science public diplomacy kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an organization called Proudly South Africa that is trying to promote the use of SA-based innovations and or even SA-based products. I know last year, well, no, actually this year, they had a specific workshop. It was a closed session where they were engaging manufacturers of devices to see what else is there and how they can best support them. I do find when something has been endorsed by that particular organization, South Africans actually, it's easier for them to accept it. But for medical devices specifically, I think the fact that it actually has all the required certifications and approvals, that does give the country confidence. And I think for me, the fact that the government now has actually procured 2 of those devices, it does give confidence to say you can actually rely on those technologies that are developed locally. And then in terms of advocacy, there is an organization called SASTA that is supposed to do that, science advocacy. But I think their reach is not as wide. But we also work with organizations like PATH that have a very strong focus on advocacy that do help us. So I think PATH does have an office here in Uganda. Yeah, so you can reach out and work with them. That's one of their strongest points or strongest features as an organization, and they can help with that.
Thank you so much, Madam Grace. My name is Basuli Isaac, a Master of Science in Physiology, background in medicine. My question is more like a follow-up from what Dr. Robert asked. I'm trying to look at the mileage that we have to run, because when you mentioned that for Uganda, 98% of the technology is actually imported. So there's still a high level of dependence on the external systems. So since for you started your journey in 1969, and looking back, that's about 55 years now. What was the percentage like then, or perhaps in the 70s? Because I'm trying to appreciate the gap that you've narrowed down to the 76% for South Africa. So what was it like then? I'm really trying to appreciate the margin, the change that has been made with the establishment of the council.
My guy, you're asking me a very difficult question. I wasn't even born in 1969. But, and this was actually the first landscape that we did as South Africans. I think before this, we were always relying on external parties. That country, this is our first benchmark at 76%. But I think having a policy or an act to give guidance to this is actually something that will help in terms of channeling funding towards that particular side of the science. That's at least that's one of the things that the country's doing. Another thing that needs to be done is we have a local procurement policy as well that tries to increase the sale, if I can call it that, or procurement of everything local. And obviously the challenges might, or I think they will be the same, because if you're importing from countries like China, we can't compete on price because we don't have those economies of scale. So as best as possible, even though it's not there yet for medical devices, we're trying to make sure that within the policies themselves, we include data that forces people in supply chain to procure medical devices from South African companies, even though sometimes it might mean that they're not going to compete on price. But some of the challenges that I'm aware of, for example, is I think I'm not too sure about Uganda's history, but in South Africa, because of apartheid and disadvantaging Black people in the past, you do find that sometimes they might give a Black entrepreneur a contract, for example, and then that person can actually deliver at the end of the day, because, for example, they don't have the funding, for example. I know at some point, I think for condom manufacturing, as well as for the manufacturing of syringes, they actually decided to give those contracts to Black companies. But you do find, because I mean, because of the history, Black people don't have that, unsecured capital. So a company will say, for me to put up this plant, you need to put down 10%. And that 10% might mean, say, 10 million rand. Not a lot of Black people have 10 million rand unsecured capital. So those things actually do hinder the progress, because we've actually tried to localize something, you're trying to empower, but then the system does not allow it. And because of how the funding mechanisms are set up, you can't give somebody, or at least back then, you couldn't give somebody funding if they did not have unsecured, an unsecured portion of that. So I think those are some of the challenges. I think if you can continue to have these sessions, have them with people that make decisions in Parliament, and make sure that everything systematically is addressed, I think you probably a leg up, I'm not sure what the challenges are here, but if you can address those types of things that will hinder people here from being successful, and you make sure that you show these to government, and hopefully they can listen and actually implement those things, I think you can overcome some of those. I think another one is actually, back then, there was no funding that was made specifically for technology development. We do have the National Research Foundation, but that just funds basic science. So the fact that there's actually an act in Parliament that said there will be a technology innovation agency to fund technology development, that does actually help, because now most of the entrepreneurs or the technologies that I showed, they actually got that funding to develop their technologies from government. And at the moment, there is no requirement to pay back the money while you are developing the technology. That actually comes in at a later stage. And even us, because we've got the IPR Act that says, if you receive money, I know I'm probably making it so simple, but if you received money from government, you have to at least pay back a portion of that. So even for these companies that I've mentioned that they're successful, they're selling to government, though Koba Manufacturing is selling in the USA, we haven't approached them to say, remember we gave you R1 million, let's talk about how we get it back, because we also want to give them at least some room, because we, for example, the Koba Manufacturing guys, I had a chat with them. What happened is that in anticipation of the sales he was going to make in the US, he actually produced a lot more to meet the demand. And what that has done is it has left them in a cash crunch situation as an entrepreneur. So now he's trying to find other avenues to make sure at least the bills are paid, So as much as he's making sales in the USA, he hasn't recovered the costs that he used to actually make sure that he can meet that demand. So I think if you have people that understand such things in the system, it actually also helps. Because imagine now if I went to him and I said, hey, Alan, when do you start paying us a royalty? You must also have people that can understand, I guess, the entrepreneurship journey and the challenges that entrepreneurs face. So I think those things, and just understanding what your challenges are as a country, it actually goes a long way in making sure that, you have a voice in terms of policy adjustments or policy discussions and things like that. And I think one thing I've learned as well is make sure you're talking to the right people that can actually make that one, or add that one sentence that an entrepreneur can go to and say, but there is a sentence or a clause in the policy that says you are supposed to do this for entrepreneurs or for the ecosystem. I think those are the things that the country can consider doing to make sure that you support the ecosystem as a whole.
Thank you so much, Grace. I don't think. Okay.
Thank you very much. I love the talk. Just have a few questions. The first one, what are some of the key lessons you learned from the world of finance as you're trying to bridge the finance and the research innovation space? The second one, what is the success rate of the companies that you get to fund or the individuals that you get to fund or give venture capital? And the third one is, yes, all of us in this room need to make money, like really as soon as possible. But
Maybe ask me why. I'm not writing them down.
oh,
Maybe,
sure.
maybe
All right,
ask me
fine.
why.
So let's go with the first one. What are
Yes,
some
so-
of the key lessons that you learned or that you could share with us from the world of finance as you're doing all this work with the venture capitalists and that whole space that someone like me, a student, would actually take up and be like, I'm glad I came. This, yes.
I think one of the first things is, let me see. I think one of the most important things is to do business as an entrepreneur. People in finance want somebody that actually understands their business thoroughly, inside, outside. You know, what is your addressable market compared to your total market? You're actually honest in terms of the challenges that you will face, with be it its technology development and things like that, and be clear when you present those things. You know, in terms of your stage gate, what is actually a go or no go decision in terms of your journey. If those things are not clear, it will be difficult for investors to say, I'll give you, say, 100 million rand. And this is my risk appetite, you know. If you make it to this stage, I'm happy to give you another 100 million. If those things are not clear, it will be very difficult for them to actually give you funding, because I think investors are willing to take a percentage of risk. So just make sure that you are honest in that journey. I think another thing that I learned that a lot of people maybe don't know is there is actually so much money that changes hands on a daily basis. Most financing houses, because it was not necessarily a venture capital, it was more a corporate finance entity that also did treasury. So there's so much money that changes hands within a single day for one particular entity. So I think even if people are not necessarily VCs, if you understand that when it comes to treasury, they get a percentage of the money that they make on a daily basis from trading. I think you don't always have to rely on VCs. If, for example, you've got a relationship with somebody and they're in that space, you can always say to them, if you have a treasury component and you're making, say, 1.5% or 3% of the money that you trade on a daily basis, can you consider, giving me, even if it's 1%, because the money that changes hands on a daily basis is actually a lot. There is room to actually access that part or that extra funding from various companies. So, and I think another important things is a relationship. I think what's important to funders is getting the right person on board. You know, if you say start a company, but your strength is actually in the science, I think when you consider approaching entrepreneurs, it's okay to, assign that, let me call it business development or pitching or whatever, to a person that's actually good at that. And then you can actually support them as the technical person. So you don't always have to be the CEO of the company that you start. You can always remain as a technical director. Make sure that you've got the right driver on board. And then I think the last thing is, maintain those relationships with those people. Keep them informed and updated in terms of, every step of your business and how that is progressing.
Thank you. The last question that told me to shorten my whole list. What is the success rate like if you're to just ballpark it? For example, out of 10 people that you get to fund, how many people get to actually survive past 5 years?
So for MEDIC, we have not done that. If I try and think of TIA, it's a very small number. I don't think we've calculated a percentage, but in one of the programs. We used to help about, say, 2,000 entrepreneurs per annum between 1.2, well, it kept increasing from about 1.2. Of those people that we helped, let me say about maybe 10% of those were actually companies. So say from 2,000, maybe about 200 were companies. From the back of my mind, I think I can count maybe about 5 in those years since I've been at TIA that are still going to date and are still doing well. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. But it's actually a good idea. I will check on one of the, oh, you can Google it. There's a research and development survey that was done. I think those numbers might be there. Try look under the NACI website. I think it might be there. They might have more accurate numbers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. I think that was the last question.
Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you. It's 10:05. Let's have a 15 minutes break and get back to the discussion. Thank you.
Sijakusema kwa machache, takuimbia na wimbo, moyo umeruhusu ninase, penzi lako ulimbo, sitaruhusu niache, nimechoka usingo, nimeruhusu nikeshe, hapo niko lindo, mi kwako sina hali, kukupata kama dhari. Kwa yangu hiari, nikufiche tuepushe shari, yeah.
innovative solutions that will help in the early diagnosis of non-communicable diseases and HIV in low resource settings. Mercy, and take it up.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Takoa. Oh, I hope we are having a working breakfast. Yes, I'm one of the beneficiaries of this site program. I'm a biomedical engineer, but then also a master's student in immunology and clinical microbiology. So I'm going to be presenting my work for my master's. I already defended it and passed. So yeah, looking forward to a PhD, as someone has stated. So my supervisors, I have Dr. Robert in the room, Dr. Rose Nabatanzi, and then Dr. Wayengera. So my topic is on human adapter protein. So I'm going to be referring to it as SH2B3. It's a protein in these cells called plasmastoid dendritic cells. So we want to measure their expression levels to inform us in getting a potential biomarker for detecting occurrence of hypertension during HIV infection. So we all know that in sub-Saharan Africa, we have the biggest part of dual HIV and hypertension burden in addition to the poverty. So coming to Uganda, we see that AIDS-related deaths have actually reduced due to the mechanism in place, including ART. And we see that now death has moved away from AIDS-related opportunistic infections now towards non-communicable diseases. And you see hypertension is highly prevalent here in Uganda. Many people have hypertension and they do not know because it shows no warning signs, unless if you're consistently going for checkups and your blood pressure is known every day, but it can occur and you do not know. Yeah. So I don't know at a moment or right now if any of you knows your blood pressure. Most of you may not know. Yeah. So it is really a burden, but the challenge to it is there are no reliable biomarkers to detect the occurrence of hypertension. So you only know when you're screened, and you're screened, it has to be consistently. Most of us go only once and you're like, oh yeah, I know my blood pressure. But you have to do it consistently until you find out that, okay, this is hypertension, or this is not hypertension, I'm actually normal. So we have some biomarkers that can be used, but these are not specific to hypertension and can also act as markers for diabetes, cardiovascular diseases. These include C-reactive protein, we have interleukins, we have tumor necrosis factors. These are also potential markers, but we realize that they are also inflammatory markers for other diseases. So in Uganda, including us, the normal population, you find that only 7.7, a small portion are aware of their hypertension status. Most of us are not aware. And really it increases the burden, because if it's not early diagnosed, deaths and so many other issues can happen. So we routinely use blood pressure devices. We know them, most of you know them. But these, unfortunately, why I'm targeting HIV is because in the rural art, if you go to the villages, these blood pressure devices are not routinely available. And they are only available in some general hospitals and referrals, but they also don't account for obese individuals. So there are issues of miscuffing. You find that the cuff is just one cuff, whether you're big, whether you're small, it's just that one cuff. And then there are also errors, user errors, because of limited technical knowledge. The nurses usually are the ones who do it, but you find that some of them do not know. And I think Dr. Haruna and some other doctors from physiology carried out a study, and they realized that most of the times our blood pressure is actually misdiagnosed because of the limited technical knowledge. So why am I studying plasmacytoid dendritic cells? Yeah, and why am I interested in them and the protein they produce? So this is what is going to lead us to a marker that will detect the occurrence of hypertension before it actually happens. So plasmacytoid dendritic cells, they produce high levels of interferons, cytokine during HIV infection, and they populate the wall layers prior to hypertension. So you find that the protein, that is SH2B3, is associated with hypertension, and it's a protective protein that we have. Usually when you have it, it's protecting you from getting hypertension. So this study, there was a study that was done, and it was conducted in mice. Most of them that were that lacked this gene or protein associated with hypertension, if they lacked it, they were predisposed, yeah, to hypertension and inflammation. So right now, there are limited research that has been done on SH2B3 expression levels in PDCs. And we need to explore the protein itself and how much is produced in these plasmacytoid dendritic cells, so that we can develop a marker or come up with a marker that can aid us in developing a screening tool that can detect the occurrence of hypertension. So my research objective, the main one, was I have to determine the expression levels of this protein in plasmacytoid dendritic cells during HIV infection. And the specific one, I have to determine the amount of interferon and interferon alpha and gamma produced by HIV-exposed dendritic cells, and then also measure the levels of the lymphocyte adapter protein expressed by HIV-exposed dendritic cells. So it was an experimental laboratory-based study. We did it at immunology laboratory at Makerere, and the study population was, we got, it is a cell line. It's called human monocytic cell line. We used it because it has already been confirmed that upon differentiating it, you get good numbers of dendritic cells. Unfortunately, I couldn't get dendritic cells like I expected before. I thought I would purchase them, but then I had to go the long route of get them from scratch, get a cell line, then harness it, differentiate it, make it eat well, give it a balanced diet, then it's able to give you the cells of interest. So that's what I had to do. So I had to do it in vitro, and you will see my results. So sample size calculation is after differentiation of these cells, we had to expose the cells to HIV. So we had those that were exposed and those that were not exposed. So approximate number of these cells was 1 million in each 6-well plate. So we included cells that were viable and were seeded. So these were included, and then excluded those that didn't have intact cell membranes using trypan blue dye. So that is my brief, my study design and the steps that we followed to achieve objective 1 and 2. So you see, we had to culture we had to culture the cell line, the THP1, to get us the disease. And this, you have to give it a concoction of GM-CSF. For those that know these terms, it is a colon stimulating factor, PMA, and then ionomycin for 72 hours. Then we had to do flow cytometry. So flow cytometry is important in confirming whether you have the cells of interest. So there are markers for every cell. So if you have the markers, after doing flow cytometry, then you are sure that your cell of interest is actually present. Then we also had to infect now the cells of interest with HIV. We had to use a pure isolate and then perform the ELISA. That was our main part of ELISA. So we bought 2 ELISA kits. One measured the cytokines alpha and gamma, and then another one measured the amounts of lymphocyte adapter protein produced. And then we performed data analysis using GraphPad Prism. So these were my results. This is during the culturing. So culture for day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. So day 2, we saw our cells. They were showing some future of growth, you know. So that is when they had started feeding and they had started growing. After 5 days, we saw them clustering, you know. That shows that they were rapidly dividing. If you remember the biology, yeah? So they were dividing very well. That means they were very healthy and they were growing. Then we had to differentiate the cells. But differentiation allows you to get the cells of interest. So we differentiated, and what we were interested in was the dendritic cells, the plasmacytoid dendritic cells. And when you see in that pictorial, you see that we are observing dendrites, those thread-like structures, if you can see keenly. So those are structures of dendritic cells. So it shows, and it really showed us promising results that yes, we have our dendritic cells, and we had to confirm them in the lab. Then we had to really confirm using a flow cytometry. Yes. So flow cytometry, we have CD3, CD14, and CD303 as markers for PDCs. So from there, we had to do mapping, and you can see in this last, let me just show you. In that last, this one, so these were the cells that were stimulated. So we gave them the nutrients, GM-CSF, PMA, and then ionomycin. And then this was the control. So you see that here we had the PDCs. There were not so very many, but they were there. And here there was nothing. Yeah. So that confirmed that we had our PDCs produced. Now we had to infect them with HIV, like you saw. We infected them with HIV, and then we had to do ELISA. So ELISA was done to measure, firstly, the analytes or cytokines, interferon alpha, and then interferon gamma, and then SH2B3, the lymphocyte adapter protein, rather. So you see the results here indicate that. So maybe before I forget, one other thing that of interest that we did was we had to play around our results so that it's just not a straightforward study. We had to infect these cells for 3 hours and then for 24 hours and then measure the difference. If I actually had time, I would even compare the results after a month, even after a year. Yes, but this was just a master's study whereby time sometimes is against you. So I had to do 3 hours and then 24 hours. So after 3 hours of infecting, we see some interferon alpha produced, but then there was a slight difference after 24 hours. Then gamma for it was a bit messed up. 3 hours actually produced slightly more than after 24 hours. Then SH2B3 at 3 hours, we see that the SH2B3 protein produced, they were slightly lower compared to the ones of 24. So the controls, they were really negligible. There was nothing completely. Though when you're doing analysis, there are some small, numbers that come in and you have to indicate them as you're analyzing. So what I concluded is there was, in this interferon alpha, there was really no significant correlation between the time, and the concentrations produced. Likewise here. But then here there was a significant correlation between the time and then the concentrations produced. So I also had to now compare the analytes or the cytokines and the protein produced together. I had to also play around the HIV, how much I'm infecting, the viral load. I had to do 0, I had to do 75 milliliters, 100, 150, 200, and then 300. And then also compared to see if at all I infect it with less, HIV, what happens? And then also what happens when I infect it with more. So I also had to do data analysis, and we also see the difference. We see the difference that for SH2B here, 3, that if you see I have a key here, you can see that increase in the HIV viral load increased the levels of SH2B3 produced. For gamma, it was really no significant correlation. Alpha tried, but also there was really no significant correlation. But I think here we had some errors in the performance of the experiment. These were detected, and in the analysis, they were there. So it was also ideally supposed to be like this. But yeah, you see these results, you have to deliver them as they came out. You don't have to manipulate in any way, yeah, because we are taught to be to conduct ourselves ethically, yeah. So analysis, we analyze using GraphPad Prism, and the FlowJo software was used to analyze and determine the percentages of the surface markers for the PDCs. So statistical analysis, we used Mann-Whitney test and then two-way ANOVA to give us the statistical significance. Then, so to discuss this briefly, since I have a limited time, I'm being, timed. So we saw that there were slightly high levels of interferon alpha produced compared to gamma, but this is attributed to HIV, doing the fact that it does the activation of PDCs to produce more of these cytokines. So every time there is HIV, these cells will respond, and that's why you see that slightly high increase in the interferon alpha produced. But then also there is that difference in time. Why was there a difference in 3 hour and then 24 hour in infection? That difference came about because PDCs also undergo maturation. When you give them more time after infection, they will mature actually more and then give you more cytokines or more results. So that is what happened, and that's why we observed the increased levels of interferon alpha and SH2B3 at 24 hours compared to 3 hours. Then also, high levels of SH2B3 were produced with increased HIV viral load. And I can clearly tell you that this SH2B3 is a protective protein that we need to harness. And so much is really written about it or researched about it, but then it protects individuals from developing certain diseases in a plain language, such as hypertension, because it regulates the signaling pathways, blood pressure, so many pathways that it regulates. But we think that if we harness it, it could give us a marker for detecting the occurrence of hypertension. Then also HIV-related hypertension is caused by 3 factors. The first one that we've been studying, the HIV-related inflammation, then genetic predisposition, and then HIV-related proteins. So we had some limitations in this study, and one of them is the literature gap. There is really little research that has been done on the SH2B3 in various cells, because I concentrated on PDCs, but how about T cells? How about B cells? You find that if you want to compare it with other cells, there is really little that has been done, yeah? And then also little has been done in comparing the levels of these cells or this protein in normal and also HIV people. So also we faced a problem of protocol optimization, yeah? This came about because in the first instance, when I infected my cells, I didn't get any results after ELISA. You know what that means? That means you failed your research. So I had to redo the work. But the good thing, I kept some of the kits. I kept some reagents. I didn't go in because I was blind. There was no something to benchmark on, and I was doing this research, so I had to be wise. I had to keep some reagents. And in the first instance, when we didn't get the results, we were like, okay, there were so many factors that actually contributed to that. So some would be like, how early can you infect your cells after they've been differentiated? Do you infect immediately, or you give them some time to mature? Yes, so we had to realize all those. We had to let the cells first stabilize, and then we reinfected again. And that's when we got the results. So to conclude, higher levels of SH2B3 were produced with increased time and HIV viral load. Yes, so there was a significant correlation. And then also, the study revealed that SH2B3 can be harnessed as a potential biomarker for predicting the occurrence of hypertension in people living with HIV. Then the recommendations for the study is we have to also do prolonged exposure. Like I said, I only did 3 hours and 24, but then we also could do months and years to gauge how much more can these cells produce, yeah? And then we also have to do this study in human subjects, because this was totally lab and we had to do cell line. But then we have to use human subjects to confirm that it's really a marker. So for now, I can't say it's a marker, but then it can be harnessed as a marker for measuring or detecting the occurrence of hypertension, because we have the results that show that at least every time you increase this HIV, SH2B3 is also reacting in a certain way. So we have to do this in people who have HIV and they are hypertensive. Then those who have HIV and they are at the verge of developing hypertension. That means we'll measure their blood pressure, and then we see that, yes, it's consistently high. Then we take off their probably blood sample. Then we also have to do those that are hypertensive, but then they are negative, and then compare all those. Then the results there will really confirm that this is a true biomarker for measuring or detecting the occurrence of hypertension in people living with HIV. Again, my special thanks to Site Project. I'm a beneficiary. To my supervisors, Dr. Rose, Dr. Robert, Wayengera, and Happy Program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. I'll take one question. One success.
Thank you so much. I've been trying to follow with your presentation, and the point where I didn't establish the link, because you mentioned that this SH2B3 is increased, increases with the dosage of HIV. And then that SH2B3 is now what is implicated in the pathophysiology of hypertension. So now what I lost there is the link between this protein and the pathophysiology of hypertension. I was requesting that you bridge the gap there.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So to answer that, so we did some literature study, and if you read about SH2B3, you could go lymphocyte adapter protein 3. When they conducted it in the mice, first of all, that's the first study that they did. They found that the mice that were lacking this protein, they were predisposed, or they actually developed hypertension after, the ones that lacked the protein. Yes. So clearly why I'm interested in HIV is because it is my research area. But I also think that this can also work for people who are normal. Yeah. So I introduced the aspect of HIV because that is my research area. Yes. But I believe this protein can also be harnessed in people without HIV, and we see if it can act as a potential marker. So already hypertension is a protective protein for you not to develop, SH2B3 is a protective protein for you not to develop hypertension, like most of us have it. So now we are playing around its increase and decrease in HIV infected individuals. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I have a question.
I have, okay.
It's a quick one. Yeah, thank you, Mercy, for the presentation. Mine is a quick one, probably from a learning perspective. In your analysis, why did you choose to use two-way ANOVA, probably? Depending, maybe you can also give a clarification about your variables and why you decided to use two-way ANOVA.
Okay, yes, so because I had 3 parameters, yeah. I had the, first of all, the analytes, that is the interferon alpha, the interferon gamma, and then the SH2B3. So if I had to use Mann-Whitney tests, it would only account for 2 of those. It wouldn't compare for the 3. So two-way ANOVA allows you to compare and get the statistical significance amongst like variables that are more than, 2, 3 and more. That's why I opted for it.
Thank you so much, Mercy.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Next is Brian Matovu. He's a biomedical engineering researcher and innovator working with Makerere University. His vast interest is in research and innovation around maternal and child health and infectious diseases, with a focus on technologies and rapid diagnostics. He's completing his master's in immunology and clinical microbiology at Makerere. And he's a project manager of very many of the projects run at MacBME. I'll let him talk about them. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
I'm happy to be here to share with you work that I've completed on urinary soluble endocrine as a diagnostic marker for preeclampsia among pregnant women at Kawempe National Referral Hospital. My supervisors are Professor Paul Chiondo, Dr. James Obondo, and Dr. Robert Sechitoleko. This work is trying to build on the need for diagnostics of preeclampsia in different settings, not only in LMICs, but we have a very huge burden in LMICs, but then also trying to provide evidence on potential biomarkers that might be there to try to handle preeclampsia. This is briefly what I'll talk about. So preeclampsia is one of the leading causes of maternal and child mortality and morbidity worldwide. And we see a high disparity between high-income countries and low-income countries. So even in high-income countries, a lot of researchers, innovators are trying to see how best can we tackle, because the prevalence there is not also that pleasing. Okay? So 6% of maternal deaths are reported to be because of preeclampsia, okay, and that's by Professor Paul Chiondo, okay, in the 2012 and 18. And different researchers and many people are trying to look for what is the mostly, which biomarkers can we actually use? How best can we diagnose preeclampsia? As we might know currently, preeclampsia is diagnosed by blood pressure, okay? 1/4/90 millimeters of mercury plus proteins in urine. Okay, that's the definition, okay, of preeclampsia there according to World Health Organization. However, there are cases, okay, that we've seen when maybe they couldn't capture the proteins in urine, but the blood pressure is high. Okay, that is really also needs clinical attention. And then there have been also some cases reported where there are proteins in urine, but the pressure is still okay. And currently, the current diagnostics on preeclampsia are on the assumption that women actually are coming to the hospital, okay, for antenatal. Initially, there were 4 antenatal visits. Now there are 8 recommended by WHO. So there's need to see how best can we capture, and there's need to also look for which biomarkers, okay, are highly associated with preeclampsia. So there are so many other biomarkers, okay, like SFLT, PLGF, okay. But my work, I wanted to look at soluble endocrine, okay, as which is an anti-angiogenic factor. It is cluster of differentiation 105, and it's mainly it leads to, so we have endocrine, okay, on the placenta, okay. But then if it is overexpressed, okay, it is shed into the blood circulation and then becomes the soluble endocrine. Okay. So because of cellular hypoxia, okay, and so many other factors like oxidative stress can lead to the shedding of soluble endocrine into the circulation. And this has been attributed to impaired placentation, okay, hypertension, and then also proteinuria, okay, by different researchers. So I come in to try to see, is there an association between urinary soluble endocrine? So my focus is more on the urine, okay, and I'm not going in for serum, because the end of this project is to see, can we get a non-invasive diagnostic maybe kit later that will rely on soluble endocrine as a potential biomarkers, okay? So this is a pregnancy acquired condition, which I talked about that. So the key challenge here is that most of the research, okay, around these biomarkers is actually concentrating in the West, okay? And then also in the West, and then also some from Asia, okay? But very few researchers have actually looked at urinary soluble endocrine. I was able to find like 2 papers, okay, which try to look for soluble urinary soluble endocrine, okay, and trying to relate that with the preeclampsia. So The focus of this was basically to determine the concentration of urinary soluble endocrine among pregnant women attending antenatal care services at Kawempe National Referral Hospital. And basically it was to, the specific aims was mainly to determine and compare the mean concentrations, okay, between the two groups, the preeclamptic and the non-preeclamptic, and then also to see whether I can be able to get a cutoff value from that could be used by maybe innovators to say, this is maybe the minimum concentration of soluble endocrine that we could detect maybe on diagnostic strip or anything else. So the study was at Kawempe National Referral Hospital. I had my cases were those that were, so this was a case control study, and that was it was a matched case control study. So basically, I did the matching basing on gestation age. Okay, I didn't consider all the other factors, and some of the reasons for this was yes, there was a time, okay, for the deadlines that we're having, but then also the funds available to run multiple, because the best one would have been maybe a 1-to-3 matching, one case with maybe 3 controls, but ideally I wouldn't be able to cater for that. So at the end of it all, I was able to recruit, the sample calculation gave me 43, but I settled with 40 because analyzer kit, okay, 96 well, and I had to run these in duplicate, so that is 80. And then I also had to have the standards run. So the maximum I could go for just 40 patients. So as women were reporting for antenatal care services, okay, they were received by the midwife, okay, who obtained consent from them, that blood pressure was taken, and then also a sample, okay, of their urine was collected, which was quoted, and then later brought to immunology lab at Makerere, where the laboratory work, okay, took place. I basically used a Bexa ELISA kit for this kind of work, and then I was able to get the ODs, which I used to extrapolate and get the different concentrations. So women diagnosed with preeclampsia were part of the case control, and these were aged between 18 to 49. That was my inclusion criteria, 24 to 42 weeks of gestation period, and their blood pressure was 1/4/90, going back to the clinical definition or higher. And then, yeah, plus also proteins in urine. So clinically, that's what they were basing on to get me the cases for preeclampsia. And then also the controls were basically those that were having a normal blood pressure. Okay, I excluded any women, okay, that had a history, okay, of kidney disease diagnosed, okay, plus also history of diabetes diagnosed. And yeah, basically, and they were getting this from their medical forms. So ethics clearance was got from School of Biomedical Sciences, and the relevant administrative clearances were also obtained. So the characteristics of my study participants, okay, I will mainly, I may not go through, okay, all of them because of not so much significant to this, but mainly if we look at, I had only one patient, one participant who was HIV positive, and then the rest were HIV negative, plus also I had around 35 that had noticeable proteins, okay, from a urinary strip, and I had 4, okay, who didn't have any trace, and then 19 reported to be on medication, and then to be on no medication, and then 18 reported to use medication. Why this is key? Because some of these are factors that different researchers have been documenting that could affect the concentration of different biomarkers in where one is interested to study. So yeah, I think I've talked about this. And then I didn't have any participant that reported to have TB, okay, diagnosed. So briefly, after getting my ODs, okay, that I later got an equation which I used to extrapolate. The mean concentration, okay, from the non-preeclamptic was 9.79, okay, picograms per ml, plus also those which were preeclamptic were 3.53. This is an interesting finding to me and my supervisors, as we are going to see, okay, because if you, from the earlier discussion, would actually expect the reverse. Okay, so urinary concentration from my work is actually challenging the current hypothesis, and I'll try to explain why some of that. Yes, also the different correlations, okay, really most of them were not significant, okay, but however, if you look at maybe there were some whereby we try to look at blood pressure, okay, so where blood pressure was high, we're able to see it was a weak correlation, but however, there was slight difference in the concentration, plus also multi-regression analysis didn't really show any relationship with all the different parameters we're trying to look at, okay? So the findings contradict some expectations that elevated soluble endocrine levels, okay, urinary, okay, I want to be specific here, okay, urinary soluble endocrine levels are indicative of preeclampsia. So from the discussions that we've had, I haven't come across any research, but I've been tasked to look at how this biomarker is excreted out of the body. Probably it could try to explain why the concentration is really minimal, okay? So this suggests that preeclampsia might be associated with lower urinary soluble endocrine levels, okay? So the clear distinctions between the two groups, okay? Because we've seen the non-preeclamptic were a 9.7, and then we see a 3.5 for the cases. So determining a precise cutoff value of urinary soluble endocrine to differentiate preeclamptic and from non-preeclamptic was approached through analysis of the mean concentrations. I think that I've talked about that. And then the weak correlation, okay, between the other variables. So those, especially the clinicians and maybe researchers around this, would know that the etiology of preeclampsia is having so many other factors that probably they're trying to look at, okay? And in my study, I only did a matching of gestation age. I didn't look at all the other parameters. Probably this would have skewed my results, okay? And there was a recommendation that I need to do a more vigorous matching if I'm to continue with this work, try to limit different parameters that could have led to this. So my sample size was small, okay, and the study was a cross-sectional study which did not account for changes in urinary soluble concentration over time. And the best study would have been probably a cohort study. They'll try to follow up on these mothers and see what, how are these urinary soluble endocrine concentrations changing across the gestation period. And then also multiple ELISA kits, okay, were not compared because even the manufacturer that I got had to take, I think, like a month trying to prepare. Like there were not so many suppliers of urinary soluble endocrine ELISA kits on the market. So there was a recommendation that I might need to compare the performance of different ELISA kits on urinary soluble endocrine concentration. Probably it would have, it might be one of the explanation for my results being skewed. Okay, but I know someone initially had said maybe I interchanged the samples. Okay, there's no way this could happen because I actually first captured only the cases, okay, and then we had to look for the controls for that. So all the samples were actually brought at different time intervals to the lab. So the findings suggest that soluble endocrine concentrations are considerably lower in the individuals diagnosed with preeclampsia, with specific subgroups of preeclampsia showing no detectable soluble concentrations at all, and this could indicate that lower levels of urine soluble endocrine may be associated with preeclampsia, challenging the hypothesis that elevated urine soluble endocrine levels are indicative of the condition. Okay, so more work, ideally we need to, more work is there to do, okay, around this biomarker, and we see how it can be used with how it can easily be related to, correlated with preeclampsia. And then also we need to investigate into other confounders that might need to explain this. Okay. So briefly, that's the work that I did, and thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Questions?
Thank you so much for this great work. My first question is about the inclusion criteria. I'm wondering why we chose mothers from 24 weeks up to 42. Yet we know that eclampsia, keeping all other factors constant, we recognize it from 20 weeks. That's my first question. Then the second question is about the people we consider to be preeclamptic mothers who made the diagnosis. You know that this is one of the conditions that is tricky to diagnose because of various parameters, knowing that some of the current researchers are now saying that proteinuria is no longer considered as a marker. So I'm wondering how we diagnose these mothers of preeclampsia and who diagnose them. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that. Yeah, so we considered 24 weeks of 24 weeks because so different in the clinical setting, most of the tests which are available, okay, that are used for diagnosing preeclampsia, most of these can be able to pick from 24 weeks of 24 weeks of gestation. Plus also most of the current strips, okay, if we look at proteinuria, ideally would expect more of that to come around that period. However, if you look at some of the recommendations of WHO, is trying to see, can we look into 20 weeks of gestation around this? And then also that work, I know many people are trying to look at no, first from the practice, okay, it is still proteinuria. And why we chose this was mainly, there were a lot of missed cases. So I have this prior work, okay, which is looking at other biomarkers, not this, where clinicians, okay, actually reported that because of the absence of the supply chain of urine strips, not actually every mother is their urine is taken, and actually they dry more the BP. Once the BP is high, that's when they take them, okay, you go and we check your urine. But there are a lot of missed cases and have been reported. So I don't feel like leaving out proteinuria, because the current strips are looking at albumin, okay? And albumin in urine, there are so many other factors, okay, that can lead to shedding of albumin. The same case with all the other proteins, okay? But albumin is not has not been reported to be highly associated with preeclampsia because they find it in so many other event conditions and what. However, these biomarkers, for example, soluble endoglin, okay? Even actually in the only difference between those that have, those who are developing preeclampsia and those who are not developing preeclampsia, especially for some of the other biomarkers, is mainly the difference in the concentrations. And there have been researchers who have also reported that actually women who don't have or who are not pregnant actually have been found to have certain biomarkers, but in very low concentrations. So here we are looking at differences in the concentrations of some of these biomarkers. But I believe urine or proteins in urine would be one of the ways where researchers and innovators should actually concentrate because of the potential diagnostics that can come along there in terms of non-invasiveness. Probably women can take their can take charge of their health. Okay, somehow, okay, they won't worry about maybe pricking their blood, fingers, whatever, to take a blood sample to be able to test it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Brian. Briefly.
Mine are two questions. One is just, I'm just curious why you chose soluble endoglin over the other potential biomarkers like the SFLT1. I'm just curious why you chose that one for your study. Then the other question is in line with what my colleague asked about. There are also atypical forms of preeclampsia. Like there are those that will get preeclampsia even before 20 weeks, like in monopregnancies, twin pregnancies. So in a way, I feel those ones are left out. So I don't know how you would address that.
All right. Let me start with the second one. I feel like you're going to repeat the first one. But yeah, there are those that could be that could be left out, okay? one of the reasons why we chose soluble endocrine, I know, for example, like Professor Nachimuli, okay, is doing a lot around PLGF and S-fleet. However, and yeah, plus also genetics, okay, around preeclampsia. So I chose this because it was reported, okay, in some papers as a potential marker, okay, that different people could actually look at, and I didn't find any researcher, especially in our settings, who was actually trying to look at this, especially the urinary. So the one which is highly associated is the serum soluble endocrine. Okay, yeah, but very few. I've only found two researchers. Okay, one I think is from Malaysia. I think Malaysia somewhere there. Okay, who was looking at urine. Okay, so it seemed of interest because for serum, okay, that has been reported. So I wanted to really find out, and then also it would be hard to look at. The best study, okay, as I said, would have been those that would pick mothers way early in their gestation period, and we actually follow up so that we can know. But all this is not known. Even the concentrations, even if it's a case control study, we don't know what concentration is there in the urine. So there's a lot that could be done around this, and because of the limitations, I couldn't probably go for studies that have a higher power. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. I think let me keep the other question for the networking and lunch break. He's still here for a whole day. Yes, I'm running out of time. You want to take your question? It is okay, Dafar. Thank you so much, Brian. For those that the questions I've left out, we do have a joint session, so I want to make sure that I'm on time for the other session running the other side. So we have had so many masters talks. I'm proud to present Engineer Henry Chumulo, our first PhD talk for this course. He's a lecturer of biomedical engineering at Macquarie University. He holds a master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke, and he's currently completing his PhD, focusing on the development of iron oxide nanoparticles, which is going to tell us more about today. You're welcome, Engineer Henry.
Sorry about this. Okay, I think let me. Yeah, sorry about that. I just wanted to use my computer, but still. What I do, I change. Yeah, let me share. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. I thought my MacBook would perfectly work, but thanks, Rachel, for the kind introduction. So I'm here to talk about just the landscape of my PhD study, what I did for the 4 years. So it's just coming up. And yeah. So, oh yeah, I think we are good. So that, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so my topic is entitled MRI-aided nanoparticle drug release in leukemia treatment. So basically, we all know MRI, I guess, and then leukemia is a cancer, it's a liquid tumor. So I was requested to basically emphasize the drug delivery that I handled for this PhD work. So I'm glad one of my supervisors is around, Dr. Robert Sechitoleko, and then Professor Chirabira. So basically, I'll walk you through what motivated me to get to that topic. And then, of course, the
general objectives and then specific, and then how I really carried out my work of synthesizing and characterization. And then, of course, the effect of some of the polarity changes that I captured, and then the conjugation and drug loading, and then culturing, and then the treatment studies. So it's complaining about battery. Maybe someone can help me out. So so basically, oops, everything is fading for me. I don't know. Oh, when the battery is low. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. So basically, yeah. So this is more of a nanotechnology project, which I embarked on nanomedicine. So this is a virgin field, which hasn't really gone so far in Africa, and also, of course, more in Uganda. And this is comparatively quite more expensive as compared to the conventional technology that we use in cancer treatment. And then, of course, much of the work in this field has been handling solid tumors. And leukemia being a liquid tumor and also hard to target, it hasn't been done much. So that also motivated me. Then, of course, the abundance of the light microscopes, which can be able to see a size of 0.5 micron, and which is abundant in most of our LMICs like Uganda. That also motivated. So I compare that, of course, with this other part. Literature has shown that the smallest leukemia cell is about 5 microns. So when we compare the two, this can easily be seen by our microscopes. But of course, there's a challenge, as we shall see. Then, of course, there is some terrible research which came out in 2023 by our Ugandan colleague Natkunda. And this one realized that there, when you take, they took a study, and of course they took some patients who were diagnosed with leukemia, and after 1 year, they only realized that only 20% survived. So we can compare this best with, of course, what we're around 20. So this means that after 1 year, if at all we're diagnosed with leukemia, only 4 would survive. So 16 of us would have passed by. So that's how terrible or how fatal the treatment method that we are using in the Uganda Cancer Institute is for this leukemia treatment. So of course that motivated me to come up with an MRI model, which I will talk briefly later on, as a treatment reference that can help in this leukemia treatment. So basically, my general objective was to develop this novel technique, which is a model of targeted drug delivery. And of course, I was using what we call super para iron oxide nanoparticles and alternating magnetic field, as I will explain for this treatment. Now, those of us who are new to nanoparticles, I would physically try to elaborate what these are. So with all of us have hair, but if you touch a strand, just one strand of your human hair, and then, of course, it's almost impossible. And then you chop the diameter of this strand into 800,000 times. So if you can split it up into 800,000 times at least, then that's a nanoparticle. So you can imagine how small these particles are. Of course, it's nano 10 to the power -9. So they are really tiny particles that you can't easily see with your naked eyes. And of course, they tend to be liquid. And you'll see a lot of liquids that I worked with in this kind of nature. So they can't, but of course, they're amazing. And the amazing features that I have are paramount, but one of them is they can easily be tunable. So if something gets smaller to a nanoparticle level, you can easily tune its shape. You can easily tune the shape and size go together. But even, of course, the properties like the magnetic, the electrical, and so on, they can easily be tuned when it's to that level. So that's basically why these particles are doing amazing stuff. Of course, not only in medicine, but even, of course, in the real world, devices which are designed with these particles, of course, normally bring excellent results. And so my first task or charge was to get my specific objectives clear. And one of them, the first one was, of course, to synthesize these particles within that range of 10 to 20, and then, of course, determine the polarity change. So how they respond to this magnetic resonance therapy, and then, of course, try to assess this magnetic resonance intensity with particle pulsatile drug release, and then finally develop my model for targeted drug delivery. So, of course, my first charge was to carry out a literature review of how people have used this kind of models in cancer treatment, not only leukemia, but different cancers. And of course, this was a publication that we presented out, which brought amazing results, and that, of course, set forth our research agenda. And we realized that so many high-income countries, like where Professor Lawrence comes from, they employ these models. And of course, they employ them as they start for other physical models later on that they employ. And we realize that this trend, of course, has moved over time, and a lot of research work has been employed in employing these research models in treating cancer, and of course, more in high-income countries. And so we can still adopt the same agenda and then move also our health system ahead or forward. So I started with green synthesis and characterization. So briefly, green synthesis is breaking down. And then, of course, I try to characterize and see how these particles are. So I started with green synthesis because, of course, everyone is talking about green kind of technology, and also it is quite safe and so on. So that's why I started with green. And of course, because we have a lot of green around, there are so many herbs around. So that also motivated me. So what I used was a plant that is common to most of us, and that's moringa. So this was moringa that I picked from the eastern region. That's ginger. And of course, I had to process it. So a lot of work has been done on other greens, for example, like the pineapple peels, orange peels, and so on. So this research work can even help to reduce our garbage, because some of this we just throw it away, but it does amazing work. So moringa, you all know that it's medicinal. So what I did, I tried to use it, of course, using a precursor that was iron 3 chloride, and I had to sort it, to clean it. Then I milled it and then sorted it. And of course, I had also to put the eye water, and then I had a solution. So of course, what happened, I also characterized using a UV-Vis. So UV-Vis is normally a method, it's a spectroscopic device that's used to characterize some of those particles. And of course, there is a peak that comes, and then you can know the wavelength, and then you can know that you have got the particles of interest. And then I also use the scanning electron microscope. This is at CEDAT, those of you from Makerere. And of course, I tried to see whether what I got were the particles. So what you can see, these dark spots, these are the particles that I was able to get from this moringa. And of course, these particles, the unfortunate thing, of course, they were of different shapes. But of course, when I tried to get the average size, they were approximately 16 nanometers, which of course corresponds to the size that I wanted. Now, this was captured from green synthesis. And of course, there are some key takeouts that I got from that kind of first step. And this was quite a fast and cheap kind of optimized protocol that I had. These were the first synthesized iron oxide nanoparticles that I got from the Ugandan grown moringa, as far as literature that I passed through showed. So this really clearly showed that we can get these particles from moringa.
and they were of approximately 16 nanometer size, as I've said. But they had a challenge, and the challenge was optimizing them. So optimizing means easily being able to tune the size, change the shape, and so on. Because of course, this was grains, and these were grain materials that I was using. So it took a lot of time for me to be able to know if at all I'm to play around with this size, what can I do? So of course, that challenge pushed me to chemical synthesis. There are different synthesis methods, but there is also chemical synthesis method. So this is, of course, what is widely used. And I employed Hagig's protocol. So this was in a nitrogen assembly. This is a fume hood. And of course, it has different parts, different items that I use. There is a condenser. So of course, this is basically briefly the protocol that I used. These are different chemicals that I won't go through them. But of course, I also had a heater. So I was heating these chemicals that I was mixing. And of course, there was some condensation because I didn't want to lose, of course, the vapor that was evaporating. So I wanted it to still remain with the same volume. And then, of course, later on, I had to cool this and then see whether the iron oxide nanoparticles turned out from this chemical. So briefly, these are some of the reaction processes that underwent our reaction. So we had, of course, mixing iron chloride and iron 3 nitrate. Of course, as I said, as I try to physically try to show you how these particles are in regards to size, you can't easily see with your naked eyes, but you can see the changes using the color. So the color changes can tell you that you're at this stage and so on. So when I mixed this, I had this kind of orange color. And then trisodium citrate was just to make this, it was just to make it biocompatible because I wanted these particles to work with the cells that I will show. So there was also a color change. And then I also used a base, which was sodium hydroxide, just to neutralize these acids so that I have this black. So normally literature has shown that when you get a black color, so that is one of the visual indications that you've got these iron oxide nanoparticles. So this was a great step that I got to. And then of course I had to cool this solution. And then I also had, using a centrifuge, I had to clean it up because when you mix these acids and so on, you need to get particles that are cleaned well and so on. So afterwards, I had to synthesize, rather to characterize. Now I use the transmission electron microscope to characterize these particles. But unfortunately, the particles that I got from the protocol were really so small. That was 2.23 nanometers. But of course, I was targeting at getting 10 to 20 because that is normally the acceptable size that can easily work with a cell. So I had to optimize, to undergo an optimization phase whereby I could be able to stretch these particles to at least a bigger size. So the first step, of course, in my protocol was to add just the heating. So initially, the heating was for 1 hour. So I moved beyond 1 hour. And then, of course, using a DLS, dynamic light scattering device, I was also noticing some changes in the sizes. So as the hours increased, of course, this implies that the synthesis process was taking longer. And in the process, these particles were able to attach and then, of course, formulate a bigger size out of it. But of course, this couldn't give me the size that I wanted because it pushed these particles at least to 4.4, which was still small. So I had also to optimize using the concentration. So I changed the concentration of the solution that I got. So by reducing the DI water that I was using from 100 to 50 mils, and of course, this also brought a certain increment in the size to 4.4, just by reducing, by increasing this concentration. And then, of course, I wanted also to look at the base that I was using, the sodium hydroxide, and I reduced the molarity Initially, it was 2 molar, but of course, I played with the volume from 15 to 13, and then there was a drastic change here in the size of my particles. Remember, initially it was 2 point, now it rose to 9.25. But of course, I wasn't there with the target that I wanted. So the final step that I did was to look at the stirring speed. Remember, in my build-up, I had a stirrer that was stirring these particles as they were synthesizing. So I changed. Initially, I had 650 RPM. So I reduced it to 100 RPM. And then, of course, after the synthesis process, which was of 1 hour, the size changed to 15.34 nanometer. So this was within the size of my interest. So I was able to optimize my size that I wanted. So basically, this is briefly, I don't know, these are some of the deductions that I got out. So these are, I wanted to test the magnetism, how they respond magnetically. So I had to get an external magnet that you can see, and these particles are in aqueous form. So of course, as you move them with the external magnet, and then you see them moving, then that implies they have a magnetic effect on whatever. So out of this, I was able to successfully design an optimized protocol for synthesizing these magnetic particles. And of course, I have taken you through the reduction in the base and also the stirring speed, what it all yielded to. So I was able to do the first specific aim of synthesis and characterization of these iron oxide nanoparticles successfully. So I had, as initially I showed you, that a lot of work using models and simulation has taken place. So I modeled a microfluidic chip. So this was a chip that I modeled. And of course, I tried to see what happens with the polarity. For example, the red indicates the leukemia cells. And then, of course, I modeled the iron oxide particles with the blue. So they all came from different channels. But of course, I wanted to see how they interact with each other using the dielectrophoretic voltage potentials. So these are alternating voltage potentials, as you can see, plus, minus, and so on. So I increased the voltages, and then I was trying to see how the attachment for the drug is implied by these different kind of potentials. So of course, I used COMSOL. Some of you might know this software. It's amazing software. Of course, I ran different kind of simulations, and then I wanted to see which one yields to the faster drug attachment. And of course, these graphs showed the conclusion of it all. We realized that, of course, there are different factors that I played around with. One of them was changing these iron oxide particle sizes. And then the other thing was also changing the voltage potentials. And then, of course, the other was also changing the leukemia cell sizes, because I wanted to interrelate. How does the particle relate with the size of the cell? And of course, what I realized was at the end of it all, as you increase the cell size. Now, for this graph, I kept the particle of the same size, but I increased the leukemia cell size from 5 microns and beyond. But this analysis, the simulation showed that as you increase the size of these cells and the particle remains the same, there reaches a point, even if you increase the voltage potential, there reaches a point where there will be no drug attachment. Whereas in this kind of scenario, I kept the cell the same, which was 5 microns. And then what I did was to increase the particle size. And then I also adjusted the voltage potentials. So this implied that as I ran the simulation, there was attachment throughout. So this extreme end indicates the best attachment as compared to this level. So this clearly showed me that it's very paramount when you are designing these particles to get the actual size that would correspond best with a cell that you are trying to target. And of course, in the process, the drug can easily be released. So I was able to look at that polarity change specific aim using this kind of resonance, and I was able to answer that question successfully. Now, we published that work. Of course, I'll talk about that later on in the publications. So we had the third specific aim, which was talking about the alternating magnetic field. So the MRI has a component that releases this alternating magnetic field. And it's the one that excites the protons in the body so that the imaging takes place. So I modeled this alternating magnetic field generator. And the other thing that I wanted to also emphasize is this alternating, there are different aspects that happen. So when you have no alternating magnetic field, of course you can have treatment, but it may not be effective. Then, of course, you can have the alternating magnetic field, and there could be some drug that could you can have alternating magnetic field, but without drug cargo. Still, you may have some treatment, but may not be effective, as I'll show later. But when you mix this alternating magnetic field with the iron oxide nanoparticles, there is a more efficient treatment that results from this kind of study that was taken place. And of course, different frequencies showed what alternating magnetic field is really safe for the cells or for the human body. So that motivated my work to go ahead to also to model this alternating magnetic field generator. Then different researchers have also clearly shown the difference, whereby this was a group, these are different groups that used no alternating magnetic field to excite the drug release of these particles. And then this was a group that used alternating magnetic field. So I looked at the time that was taken, of course, keeping all other factors constant. And this group that used alternating magnetic field, the results took a shorter time as compared to the group that had no alternating magnetic field. So that motivated me to clearly show that the importance of using this field when you are trying to work with these particles. Then, of course, the final motivation were the physical models. So building these generators really takes a lot. So these different researchers have built these alternating magnetic field generators. It's quite expensive, but of course, some of them, as you can see, they have limited ranges of the alternating magnetic field that is generated. So all that motivated me to get a model that will be able to encompass the allowable alternating magnetic fields that can be able to support the drug release. So I came up with that electrical model using a PSpice software, those of you who could know it. So this was, of course, using a low voltage. And this was the point. It has transistors, of course, that's amplifying my current and so on. But this is the point where I put my particles. So this is an inductor coil. So I put my particles at this point, and then I was adjusting the capacitance so that I see what happens to these particles, rather, what's the magnitude of the alternating magnetic field frequency that is generated when I'm after adjusting the capacitance levels in my model. And of course, the first was to run the simulations. I ran different simulations, the current, the voltage. I was also trying to look at the safety. So if at all I'm to design this model, how safe can it be in using it in the lab kind of situation? So the first simulation that I ran was the current simulation. And this is around 6 amps, which is almost not changing. Of course, this aligns with Faraday's law, which talks about that I'm forgetting the word, but the current doesn't instantaneously change with time. So that's why so I was using also a probe at this point. So this is where I was tapping my current flow. And then I was trying to see how much current can be realized after generating. So these are different frequencies that I was generating out. So after that current simulations that I ran, I was able at least to assign that this 6 amps is really quite a low current that is safe to work within a lab environment. Then the next step was to run some voltage simulations. Of course, as I said, this is the point of interest, whereby these are the particles that I put, and then I put my probes to cut across to get the potential across my coil. And then I was adjusting different capacitances. And then I was trying to see how much of this alternating magnetic field is generated from those different ranges. And in this case, I realized that as you increase the capacitances, the alternating magnetic field frequency decreases. So it's inverse in that kind of regard. Then, of course, even in the past simulations, I also tapped my power still at the very point, the coil of my interest. And then, of course, I ran some simulations while appreciating my frequency generation. And then I realized in this case, the same scenario like voltage, that as I reduced the capacitance, the power was increasing. But the most important thing here, I was trying to get how much of the power, how much of the voltage, how much of the current can get out of my model. And then that can advise me in the insulation or in the safety kind of consideration. So I was able to investigate that in my specific aim number 3. And this could help to advise those who are physically building these kind of models to tell them how much or the impact that they can have out of their design. So the final work was in the conjugation. So I had to conjugate. Conjugation means just dressing these particles, dressing them up, because if they are bare, they may not provide the drug delivery, but dressing them up involved putting, some different researchers have done different work. And as you can see, I highlighted some researchers who had done liquid tumors, which are in yellow, but most of them had done some work in solid tumors. So this also motivated me. And then there are aspects that were embraced here, the hydrophobic and then the hydrophilicity of the design. So that was paramount because that could tell how secure this particle could move the drug to the target point of interest. So I used the Ashrafis protocol, which I slightly modified. And the first point, remember, I got the particles was to silica coat them. Now, silica has interesting properties. Of course, it has the pores, it has pores which are hydrophobic. That implies that they can be able to shield the drug very well. But it also has a surface which is hydrophilic. And hydrophilic means it can safely move through the bloodstream without any inconvenience. So I silica coated using that protocol, and I was trying to test using the DLS, and I observed the changes in size from 157 to 193.97. So this indicated that the coating, of course, with the graph, it was perfect onto my particle. And then I loaded the drug. So I used doxorubicin. Doxorubicin is a first-line drug that is used in cancer treatment. So it's the one that I use, still using a similar protocol. And then I used the DLS also to test the differences. So afterwards, initially it was 197, and then it increased to 317. And that showed that the drug had also loaded successfully onto my particles. So I went further to use the transmission electron microscope. So this is TEM, but I did what we call, I used the application of the EDX, energy dispersive spectrum, X-ray spectrum. So I wanted to look at how these particles mapped up with the drug and also with the silica. So this is what I came up after running the EDX. And as you can see, this is the particle, and then there is which is the iron core, and then there is a silica coating, which is darkish, and then there is a drug that is also getting into the pores of that silica. So this clearly showed me that the particle that was coated with the silica and then loaded with the doxorubicin drug was successful out of my characterization. Then, of course, I went for culturing because these are cells. I used HL60 leukemia cells. So these ones, I cultured them so that see how they grow and so on. And then afterwards, I started the treatment preparations. And so I used the 96 well plate to culture, and I incubated these for 72 hours, which are approximately 3 days, with my particles, which are loaded with the drug. So I had 3 scenarios here. I had bare particles without the drug. I also had particles which had the drug. I also had the free drug without the particles. So I was trying to look at the efficacy of the treatment of all those scenarios. Of course, I used what we call a microplate reader. So this is the one I used for absorbance measurements that I got. And I had great results out of my absorbance values that I got out of treatment. So the orange indicates the DOX-loaded iron oxide nanoparticles, which brought the efficacies faster as compared to the free DOX and then the DOX-loaded iron oxide nanoparticles. So that proved the concept that these DOX-loaded iron oxide nanoparticles can really bring faster treatment results onto the HL60 leukemia cells as compared to free DOX and also the empty iron oxide nanoparticles. So that led to my model, which I was trying to target to, which can be employed in our settings. So in this case, we have a light microscope. Of course, this is a cancer patient who is diagnosed with cancer. These are red, the red are the cancer cells. So I can get my particles ready by attaching the silica and also the drug. And then I inject this patient who has been, of course, imaged and then proved that he has leukemia. And then this patient can undergo the alternating magnetic field that comes from the MRI. And then after that, this patient can, of course, be tested. And then my hypothesis is after running the alternating magnetic field across, then he can be tested to find that he's leukemia free. So that is the model that I was aiming at getting, which proved the concept. And I was able to get the model out, as I've explained, with the alternating magnetic field for the treatment of leukemia. So these are some of the summary of the key findings. I was able to synthesize and characterize, as I've told you, my particles to the required size. The biocompatibility, I was able also to get this silica coated successfully and the DOX. And then I ran the modeling just to help me tell the interconnection of different parameters. And of course, this was tested in vitro using the HL60. And then I had my conclusion of how these particles can be able to treat. So these are the key immediate recommendations. Of course, I was able to get this green synthesis, but as I've said, there could be different studies where you can be able to employ different plants. I used moringa, but you can have different plants. And then we can also optimize the magnetic field and modify our frequency. And we can test this preclinically and then be able to get the results. I used this, of course, the key future recommendations, of course, would be using the real cells because I used models, but I could be able to use these cells which are real and then try to move from leukemia and then get to the solid tumors and then see how they can also work with this kind of model that is designed. So these are some of the published papers that were derived from the work. We had 3 publications from the work that we did. I'm also still working under some publications. These are still underway, which are also, because these are the final bits of the work that I did. So in total, I look at getting 6 papers out of this PhD study. So these are some of the conferences that have published the work. And of course, the recent one, I should re-echo this. This came out to be the most innovative project out of the conference, this final. So meaning that it's really promising work that we can have. And then I just didn't want to miss this timeline. So this has emerged. So some of us, it could be new to us, but nanoparticle progress has emerged right from 1993. Of course, we are in 2020, but what I wanted to bring out is much of the work is now in clinical trial. So meaning that we need to leapfrog, we need to move. Some people are using these particles to bring amazing results. So meaning that this can be embraced. Most of you can join our team to be able to use these particles in the cancer treatment. So many thanks to my supervisors. We always fly on the wings of giants. My giant is Dr. Robert Sechitoleko, who is already there. So that's why I'm flying well. Then, of course, the doctoral committee members, and of course, my funders, Mapronano Commonwealth, and then the MACRIF finally. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Engineer Henry. Let me start from this table. 2 questions only. Brian.
All
I
right.
thought I had accomplished the question time.
Before even I put up my hand. Okay. Thank you, Engineer Henry. I think in the break we are going to have a discussion. I have many questions, but time. I think in the start of your presentation, you were talking of where you had stirring that later increased particle size.
The stirring, yes.
I just wanted to know what relationship is there. If the resolutions, revolutions per minute are increasing, how is that
No,
related?
reducing. I reduced the stirring
Oh, you
speed.
reduced.
Yes.
Oh, and the particle size
Yeah,
increased.
increased. Yeah, that's right.
Then what's the relationship?
So you okay, let me
Yeah.
answer that. So what happens, of course, I could physically explain this. Normally, if you want something, let's take an instance whereby you have sugar in the tea, and then you want to make it really dissolve very well. So normally it depends on how you stir. It will dictate how fast that dissolution will come out. So what happens normally, initially when I was using a high stirring speed, these particles were just getting dispersed. So there was no concentration of these particles. So the reduction of this speed implied that these particles can come and bond together and thus be able to get the size to what I wanted. So that's what I really I can explain best out of it. So the stirring reduces the motion when you reduce the speed, and of course gives time to these particles to bond together and thus have the size of the interest.
Okay, thank you. And then you've been presenting results of, you've been talking more of current, adjusting current and current. Why don't you report results with adjustment of maybe Gauss or Tesla as far as magnetism is concerned? Why are you concentrating on current?
So
did you measure the magnetic fields that were coming out?
So so what happens, of course, the Tesla is all about, of course, the magnetic field. I wanted something that I can physically measure. So of course, when you talk about inductance, which of course leads to the Tesla and induction kind of so on, you have the current that is measured. And then of course, this dictates the Tesla that you'll get at the end of it all. So I wanted parameters that I can easily measure out of my software that I use. So that's why I use the current, the voltage, which of course is directly proportional in translating it to the magnetic field that you are talking about.
But I'm wondering the kind of voltages you are dealing with, the currents compared to the MRI in practice. Can you make a conclusion of that the kind of currents you are dealing with will actually translate to the kind of currents that the MRIs are using and the amount of magnetic fields that we have? You showed us the short video where the iron particles, were moving in the tube.
Yeah.
What will happen in the body? Won't we have those iron particles pulled out of the body instead of them doing the work in the presence of those strong magnetic fields?
So these fields that I showed initially, thanks, Brian, by the way, I'm just rushing, but those are great, insightful questions. But the fields, the alternating magnetic fields that I showed, these are acceptable. The range of 400 to 1,000, I can't replay them, 400 to 1,000 kilohertz, they are safely acceptable to work with the body tissues. So research has been explored and confirmed. So what my role was, can I have a model that can be able to generate those particles, rather those fields across? Because when I showed some models, of course, because I think, because it requires a lot to build them, most of them were getting small ranges of these frequencies. So that's why I had a model which can be able to capture the whole range as recognized, so that you just know that I'm just changing my capacitance value, and then this is the frequency that I'm expecting out of it. So that if I build my model and I have my particles, I know that, of course, I can be able to tell that literature has shown that this frequency can excite these particles well for drag release. So I put, and then I just tune my capacitance and then have the excitement and so on. But these frequencies are already approved by different researchers that they can safely work within the body.
My last question is, you talked of increasing cell size, I think somewhere in the results.
Yes.
And I think I have like two questions around there. How are you increasing the cell size? Okay, that's one. And then also the other is in the HB60, whatever cells. Okay.
Yeah, HL60. Yeah.
What happened in the laser plates, those cell lines that you were having, in terms of seeing that the particles are able to go through the cell membrane inside the cell? I think that's how the mechanism ideally is.
Yes, and kill them and kill the leukemia
them.
cells.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for how you are increasing the cell size. Okay, I think in the earlier presentations, and then also how you made also the deductions.
So that
in the plates.
So the cell size, of course, physically can be connected with, when we are cancerous, of course, we have different levels. So the condition I put, if you are at level 4, it implies that your cell sizes are bigger than someone at level 1, or so on. So meaning the implication of increasing my cell size was to know how will the particles behave with the increment in the sizes. So what I was showing on my graph was showing that if the cell sizes grow bigger and then you leave the particles with the same size, there will be no effective drug attachment. So that means that if at all you are to have a different cell size, this simulation was showing us that this corresponds also with the particle size. So the particle works as a vehicle or the driver that moves the drug. So that is the direct proportionality that I was trying to bring out.
I've just thought, as the cell size increases, I would expect the pores where these transmembrane exchanges happen. Okay, osmosis and whatever.
Yes.
I would expect those to also increase.
Yes.
And as they increase, I would expect more materials to enter from the extracellular into intracellular.
Yes.
That's the kind of thinking that I'm having.
Okay.
And I'm wondering then if the cell size, if the cell size reduces, then that could be, but I would feel as the cell size increases, I would expect probably more
intracellular penetration.
Yes.
So the other thing
in leukemia, that is probably the opposite. Why dealing with leukemia cells with that?
So the other important, that's right. Of course, there is intracellular penetration as, of course, the cellular size increases. That reminds me, of course, with what Dr. Robert once asked me. But now this is one thing that literature has revealed. Normally, if you get cancer cells, they get more acidic. So the acidic environment, that's why sometimes they tell us that when you take some of these sugars and so on, you are increasing the acidity of your body, thus bringing in the affinity of these cancer cells growth within your body. Now, these particles are designed with a silica. Now, let me take an example of the particle that I designed. Now, silica, of course, has properties whereby it tends from neutral to acidic properties. So meaning that if at all I'm to coat my particle with a silica, it will flow well within the aqueous flow system if our cells are normal. Now, when they get to the acidic condition whereby these cells are cancerous, these particles, the affinity of this particle, because of that acidic coating, the affinity changes, it increases. So meaning that the attraction of these cancer cells will be higher. So that's they call it EPR, enhanced permeation and retention. So these particles will be retained and they will permeate within the cell. And in the process, as they get retained, these cancer cells will feed on them. And because of the drug within, the drug will be released to them and of course provide the treatment later on. So I don't know whether.
Yeah, thank you. And was that rationale why you had the microfluidic channel and you had different voltages?
Yes, yes, just to excite these particles so that I can see that. No, the rationale was to see the connection of the different cell sizes with the particles, with the different particle sizes, to see the polarity effect. How do they connect?
How does that relate to the real practice? Patient is under MRI. Where are those voltages and
So the voltage, of course, was modeling the alternating magnetic field. Okay, so you see MRI is magnetic resonance. So you magnetic resonance intensity. So there is a force that is externally given to the patient. And then, of course, this force excites the protons within the body. And in the process, when this force is removed, the protons, of course, recess. But as they recess, of course, they map up the image. So this dielectrophoretic voltage that I was showing was simulating those different external alternating forces. Yeah. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Engineer Henry, for your presentation. I was or am very excited about green synthesis. So I was kind of disappointed when you moved from green synthesis to chemical synthesis. So my question is simple. Can green synthesis actually be used? Because that shift that you made me question, can it actually be applied to real world use? And the other question still around that is, from your presentation, I think I noted that one of the reasons why you moved from green synthesis to chemical is a failure to optimize the nanoparticles that you are getting from the green synthesis. So still the same question, is it impossible to optimize the particles that are made from green synthesis? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ben. That's a great question, which of course left me also unsettled. So one of the other aspects which probably I didn't talk about was the results, the particles that I got from green synthesis were polydispersed. So polydispersed means that they have different shapes. So they didn't have a similar shape. And the challenge that I got, I tried to adjust the parameters as I did, but I couldn't yield to the monodispersed particles that I wanted of the similar shape. So given the PhD, which is of limited time, that's why I moved to chemical, because I needed to finalize my PhD. But that's my immediate postdoc activity, which I am looking at. But I'm sure green synthesis can work. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer, for the presentation. For the explanation of the Silka you were giving, is it saving us from the side effects of the ant cancers in terms of the alopecia, because of some of the ant cancer drugs targeting the stem cells? Because you are telling us about the sizes, how they are, as the size increases, maybe the drug penetration, something like that. Did we look at the stem cells during the design? Did we consider that?
So thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't get the name. I didn't look at stem cells. I used that cell models, HL60. And of course, what I did, silica basically works as a shield. Now, one thing that I forgot is silica is biocompatible. It works well with the body system. So the particle itself is a vehicle, okay? It's like when you get into a taxi, so you are protected from external encumbrances. But of course, there is something that needs to drive you, who could be the driver. So that's the particle itself. So meaning that if at all I'm using silica, which is biocompatible, it is safe. There's no problem with it. Now, what I can say is a lot of research also, of course, is taking place, which I have to say I didn't do it, about the safety. Because after these particles releasing the drug, what could happen? How can they be discharged out the body system? Of course, researchers have said because of their neutrality, they can easily still flow through the bloodstream and then excreted through the kidney, and then they safely get out according to the studies done in rats and so on. But of course, there is much more work that is taking place. But for silica itself, it's biocompatible and safe for the body system.
Thank you very much, engineer.
Yes,
I
sir.
loved your work.
Thank you, sir.
So I just have a few questions. The first one, does this model really account for the normal situations that we shall find in blood, where we're looking at the albumin and all these different proteins in place? And I'm going to just read them out since they're all kind of related, and then you'll just merge them together. No, okay. All right, and then the second one, since we know that iron is a little bit heavy and it kind of does.
Since we know what? Come again.
Iron is a little bit heavy and it kind of has a little bit of central atom tendencies. Would that affect your experiments? And then the third one that I have, when we look at these particles that we looked at, if you're looking at the characteristics, are we looking at more of the quantum mechanics, or are we looking at more of the classical physics things? So for example, if you look at the option where you're looking at steering around to look at the distribution of these particles, if I checked the walls or the sides of whichever container I was doing the steering in, would I find that higher or less? And then lastly, okay, last one. If I looked at your drug delivery model and I looked at, let's say hypothetically for the solid tumors, if I did get permanent magnets embedded into that tumor to make sure that these particles remain there higher, for a longer time, would that actually work? Hypothetically.
Okay, so let me.
Do you want to get all the questions and then do the answers?
Thank you, sir. My question, you caught my attention when you talked about doxorubicin as a chemotherapeutic agent. And my question is related with the pharmacokinetics, meaning how the body handles that drug, the pharmacokinetics. Because one of the defense mechanisms that tumor cells have evolved is a protein called P-glycoprotein. And so they're able to efflux or pump out some of these drugs. So I'm wondering, how is your model incorporating that? Because that's what happens in vivo. You know, some of these cells evolve that protein that effluxes. So you find that the drug is not as effective as it is supposed to be. So how are you incorporating that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chumulo. My question is in regards to the conjugation. At first, you told us that it's recommended to have a specific size, which you talked about 10 to 20 micron. However, from my knowledge, if you're conjugating, then you're also increasing on the size. Won't that affect actually what you're trying to do, the targeted drug delivery? Because if you increase the size, then definitely I believe you may not get to the targeted sites. That also comes to the tumors that I was talking about, live along the liquid tumors. If future work, we are to use this in, let's say, breast cancer, if we are conjugating and we have these big sizes, then probably we may not reach the targeted site. Is that something that you looked at? The other aspect was, I think, something that you actually hinted on, what happens to the particles after they deliver the drug. And then the other was, mine is to seek clarity on the application. So from the model that you showed us, it seemed that the magnetic particles were put with the cells. However, I didn't see what effect the magnet or the external effect of the magnet had on the release. So maybe it's me who missed it. I don't know what clarity was there.
I think let's take those. Thank you.
I tried to write roughly, but hope I captured well. Now, first of all, I should confess and say that I didn't handle in vivo tests or in vitro. So this is my next future work that I hope to do. So the pharmacologist, I totally don't know how these particles will respond. I have to look at it later on. So I should confess. Then, of course, there was someone who talked about. Yeah, then there was the increase in the size, because of course, when I attach the silica, the size increase. Of course, I showed this when I was showing the DLS measurements. So this is the best size for the core, which I was talking about. So I was aiming at getting the core size. Now the conjugation has the drug, and of course, and also has the shield, which is now the silica. So there's no effect on that. So I was aiming at getting the core size, and it is safe for the drug release. Then solid tumors, someone asked about the solid tumors. So as I said, I got motivated by a lot of work that has handled solid tumors for these nanoparticle drug release. Simply because I realized that solid tumors are easy to target. Now, liquid tumor in motion, they are aqueous. So every time they keep on moving. So they are really complicated to target. So I got motivated and see, can't I really formulate a design that can be able to handle the liquid tumors, which are constantly in motion? So if at all I'm to use this for breast cancer, I'm sure it will work perfect because it is solid, which is stationary, and I can easily target whenever I need. Then the application of this model, what I was trying to say is the magnetic field, what it does, the silica is a polymer. So this polymer is handling my drug. It has pores, and then the pores are inserted. So what the field does, it heats up this silica polymer and it squinches it. So I don't know the right, or whether squinching is the right. So it folds. So as it folds, the drug in the pore gets released. Okay, so that's how the application is. So when it's heated, it gets squinched, and then as it compresses this drug to get out of the pore, and thus provide the treatment. So basically, that's how the alternating magnetic field handles this silica coated iron oxide nanoparticle.
Are there any more underlying questions? No.
I think there is no. I'm glad I survived the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Henry. So we're supposed to have a joint session with the room next door, but they're still held up in questions and presentations. So I think let's use the next 8 minutes to stretch as we wait for them to catch up with us. Thank you.
So the lunch is at the poolside. So today it's not Kibbs, it's at the poolside. So you at those stairs, yeah. So please let's stand up. Let's be proactive. We Once Rachel has handed you a coupon, please be on your way to the photo site. I think
Banyabo ne bassebo tugende ku poolu. Ku poolu. Ku budaala bwa poolu awo. Let's head just those stairs just next to the poolside area. Today's lunch looks nice. I've seen it. I've seen the food.
The host pathogen team is going to begin at 2:15. We have 2 sessions. It's going to begin at 2:15. So for this time, I would like to do our usual recap of that day and our take homes before we proceed to the next session. So this is where I ask for volunteers, but today's success, you're the one giving us the recap. So any volunteers to take us through just a brief recess of what we covered in the morning as we catch up with time? Anyone? We don't need like huge summary. We just need a few points to keep in mind. Why? A brief recap of what we did in the morning. What? I hope you're thinking about what we talked about in the morning so that you give us key points. Is Kansimbe Susan here? Kansimbe Susan is on phone. I would like you to give us a brief. So you're not able to, let me see. Is Dennis Machivi here? He's not back. What of Ori Bernard? Are you in position to give us a brief sort of key points from our morning session? Just things you learned that you can take home. I can bring the mic to you, don't worry. So because no one volunteered, I was forced to get the registration sheets.
All right. All right.
Engineer Henry, we have a networking session that is an hour. So I think, yeah, you'll catch up then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm called Owori Bernard with a master's in clinical epidemiology and biostatistics. There are a lot of things that I've learned. Others have forgotten them. But among other things, one, the presentation that we had in the morning, the different avenues where someone can get funding, especially for our early career people like us. One of them was RSTMH, which according to Dr. Sech Toreko, that is a low-hanging fruit for us. I really noted it down, even the amount, £5,000, which I was just wishing, I wish I could get it. And fortunately, this very morning, I've gotten the money. This time round, I'm a beneficiary. I applied in April.
Yay.
Thank you so much. Secondly, talked about the other avenue being Makarif. And actually, I approached him. I have a concept in machine learning and how we could utilize the enormous data that's generated in our public health facilities. And I think if we get a PI, the money is coming. I talked about another source of funding being STI and others. So basically, to me, as an early career, knowing those different sources of support for my research is very key. The other thing that from the PhD student, the presentations, it was a lot of science. That's what I can tell you. But I've been hearing about nanoparticles. Yeah, I've been trying to look for PhDs. You know, when you're looking for something, you want to try to fit everywhere. But I've seen PhDs, especially in the UK, nanoparticles have been the thing. I didn't know what they mean, but he has really simplified for me to the extent that we went from the hair follicle, we chopped it into 8,000 pieces to understand what a nanoparticle is. Really, it was very insightful, even though the science was hard, but I've really picked a lot. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bernard. So you were hiding from us the winning, even when you told us to give you a recap. Okay. So I think we did have a career session early on with Dr. Robert, and if there are any underlying questions from that session, things you want to ask him, things you want to mention, we can use this time before we join into the other session. So those that remember his talk and have questions for him, now is the time to share those questions. Anyone? No one had questions for Dr. Roberts' session. Interesting. They don't remember your talk. Interesting. Okay. I was still being silent.
Yeah. My question is to Grace. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. We're still recapping the morning session.
Yeah. Because one of the problems we are facing currently is the inability to translate our devices to being used, despite them being very good innovations. How have you been able to achieve the political will from your government? Because one time the government assigned a budget here in Uganda to try and develop vaccines. But when the MPs had a look at the budget, they were very mesmerized and they all started making noise because they saw mice that were over 1 million Ugandan shillings, and they were wondering which kind of mice are those. How have you been able to build this relationship with your government to keep funding you from time to time?
Yeah, I think it's not easy. But what happens is that almost every quarter, there's a parliamentary portfolio session committee. So the decisions are not always made in the bigger national parliament per se. So those people hold us accountable, and you find, especially now that we've got a government of national unity, what happens is that in those subcommittees, it's not just one political party. It's made up of almost everyone according to the percentage that they got. So you'll find that, for example, now, the last 2 to 3 months, all government entities, since the new financial year started, they have to go report in terms of what they had achieved last year, and then what are the plans that they're going to implement over the next year. And as and when there's an issue that pops up, you can be called anytime, not even by main parliament, by the committee, to say, we are hearing this is what's going on, what are you doing about it? And I do find that those people end up becoming your advocates when bills and such things are meant to be passed, because they are also work very close with the different departments to make sure that they get the inputs from such people. And I find what also helps is that when there's something good that's done, especially in the science, technology, and innovation space, we normally invite the respective minister. If the minister can't make it according to protocol, they will then send the deputy minister. And it helps when you bring or invite all the newsrooms. I'm not sure how it is here, but we've got public and private ones. You invite those people, and then those people actually then tell your story. It's actually easier that way, because then when people listen to the news, the radio, they're always hearing all the good work that you're doing. And also, if you're doing well yourself, the portfolio committee also sort of serves as your voice or advocates to help support additional requirements or projects that you have. But it's not to say that the unpolitics. What also helps is, or you do find sometimes when there's say change in regime, because what normally happens is sometimes they can negotiate on portfolios, and you find the majority party then loses a particular portfolio. What helps is that what those ministers normally do is they initiate or request a review. And that's also done by independent panelists. And then in most cases, they do take the feedback of the external parties. But if you have people that are vocal in that space, they can actually come back and say, like recently what happened, there was a review. But that review, even though it was external experts, they didn't consult everyone. And those people actually now stood up and said, no, you cannot tell us you've done a review when you did not discuss with us, the universities, because we are the ones that develop the IP. We are the ones that get the grants from this particular agency. So please commission another one. And then the minister actually listened. They commissioned another review of the same organization using a different panel and actually interviewed the universities and the technology transfer offices. And that's the review that's now sitting on the minister's desk, and we're waiting for him to give input. So I think such things help having, I guess, a voice from the different players, and also them being able to use that voice to raise their concerns or to try and make things right. And also reporting as often as you possibly can to the subcommittees in the parliament. I'm just not sure. Maybe must read a little bit more about how your government is structured, but such things actually help. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. And I think, I don't know if you missed the morning session, Dr. Robert hinted on some of those government avenues that do the funding for people like us. So there are a lot of students here doing masters. I'm not sharing questions like, how are you finishing? How are you even anticipating graduation of masters with a lot going on, including school and research and other avenues? And I would like to give a platform to Brian to speak on that. So for master's students, really going through the university policies and supervisor inconsistencies, how are you on a graduation list in 2 years, and the hurdles and challenges and solutions surrounding achieving that?
All right. Thank you, Rachel. I think the saying is still there. Makerere is easy to join, but hard to leave. Okay, that one is still there. But I believe a number of us, okay, we are hopeful. Okay, so I think everything is in place. Okay, just trying to clear with the university to see that we catch up with the next graduation, which is, I think, in January. Yeah. So to me, that's what I think. Yes, there are challenges of supervisors in terms of understanding the deadlines that are set. Sometimes, actually, these deadlines maybe come from the department, but the supervisors maybe don't follow up. And then the department says, you have a deadline today evening, and the email comes in the morning. So such things, and the supervisor, okay, ideally they don't want to, okay, they don't really tend to understand that. So such challenges are there, but it's all about engagement, okay, with your supervisor, and so they can understand what deadlines are before you. Yeah, to me, I think that's it. And then also maybe the different cohorts, it's more all about knowing what's happening in the other cohorts. Sometimes communication is maybe to the 2023 class, but ideally it cuts across to maybe also the 2022 class. So it's good to be in touch with the different cohorts so that times you're not left out. Yeah, that's what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
And maybe the funding for research. if humbly it can be increased, as students, we shall be happy. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the project PAs are here.
That's a no.
Yeah, interesting. I think I want, since Mercy was one of the students that presented today, I wanted her to give a research aspect. So she did mention that don't fabricate results even when they refuse. just keep ethical. So just something on how the research you can get through the research point, even with the disappointments that come at times in the results.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Firstly, what I would want to state clearly is before you begin your research, you should have a protocol that you're going to follow. And I encourage people to go through this protocol with their supervisors, because sometimes you may think you're going to handle it by yourself and yet you need help. So go through the protocol in time before you begin the actual work. Then when you get the results, like I said, the results can be positive or negative. But if they are negative, I think it is also okay to present them the way they are. So for example, you're expecting an outcome and then that outcome didn't come out as expected. You should present them to the supervisors and let them know. And then you surely get advice on how to present the results in a way that will still reflect that this is a research that has been done and it's going to contribute to the already undergoing research that is being done elsewhere. So much as you didn't get what is expected, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be hard for you to present it. Yes. But one thing that is emphasized is keeping the ethical conduct. I don't know, I think most of us here get IRB before we begin our research. Not so. I don't know if there are some course units, some courses across, say in the engineering side, probably they may not get IRB, but at least do not fabricate results, present them the way they are, and your supervisor will guide you on how best to present them in a way that is very productive and fruitful and contributing to science. Yeah, that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. I think this was a breakup of really career talk and the different diversities that we have. I'm told the next room is ready for us, so it's still first come, first serve for the seats. If you fail to miss the seats, you can come back and pick a seat. We have a joint session. Yes, Grace.
Yeah, I have just a comment for colleagues that are developing medical devices and diagnostics. So yesterday when we were at the NDA, Kati you can add. What they said to us is obviously when your device is ready, you need to take it to them for all the required approvals. So in the engagements or that we had or communication, that session, they actually mentioned that they've got an open door policy. So if you are developing a medical device, the advice was that don't wait until you're right at the end. Reach out to them in the beginning so they can give you guidance in terms of what are the things that they would look out for or need from you when you are ready to register that device. And they also said in those preliminary sessions, when you approach them now in the early stages, they do not charge. And Vivian and Kat. Is it right? I feel like I'm saying the name in my language at home. So so yeah, he can attest to that. So please use that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we can get moving now. I think you remember your groups. For the people that were assigned groups, the general session is going to happen in the other room. Let's please stand up and go.
the entrepreneurship. Or is it I think it's the entrepreneurship.
Yeah. It's a general session. Brought back that tea. So I want to run through tomorrow's program so that we are well acquainted with it. So tomorrow is Thursday, and from 8 to 10, we're supposed to have physiology department research projects, but that was presented on Tuesday for those that were around. So we are going to continue a session on the sickle cell burden and projects. So we're going to have a presentation from one of the site students, Yiga Fahim, which we didn't have previously. We'll also have a pre-recorded session by Zoe Sechonda. So that will happen in the morning from 8 to 9. Then we shall have a joint session again with Matthew, Innovation and Design Thinking. This will be led by Professor Rollins and Dr. Roberts, who are the hosts of this course. Then we shall have break tea, and then we shall have potential topics for funding by side program at Macquarie University. That will be led by Dr. Robert as well. Then we can get to the free time where those that don't get to ask questions during the presentations, you can meet the individuals and have a one-on-one then. Then we shall have a joint session again, grantsmanship, and then we shall continue with that session with a different moderator at that time to be Professor Andrew Rollins during the grantsmanship from 3 to 4. Yes, Professor Rollins, there's a mic somewhere. Oh, and thank you, Professor Rollins. And we all need to carry our laptops again for that session, so that we have a more interactive session. And I think there will be something to do with that. And also we shall have a discussion after that. So right now it's networking, and we shall have tea and living at leisure. Thank you so much for today. Have a great rest of your day.